right, good evening, everybody. We are ready for more Book of Hours. Now, I did do a special broadcast with a different playthrough yesterday, and I will be returning to that. So, as just as a reminder, or for the benefit of a public service announcement or whatever, I noticed, by the way, that Steam is taking a while to load Book of Hours, so maybe quiet for a bit. But basically, huh. One moment, please. Well, I can talk about this while Steam does its thing. But basically, the oh god. Steam normally works very well, but when it doesn't, it gets very disruptive. Hello, Olaf. Sorry you're coming into some technical problems here. Looks like there's a bunch of cloud stuff that's... There's got to be something going on with Steam right now. Hello, Cured. Can't stick around tonight, but I hope you have a good stream. Thank you very much, Cured, as always. And I hope you have a good day at work. But yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna give Steam a minute to try and settle down. But the big deal right now is I have a few. How do I put this? I have like a few different playthroughs. So, and there's a side of me that kind of wants to talk about what all the playthroughs are, but basically every time I have started Book of Hours since release, so because keep in mind the beta versions were not compatible with each other, but every time that I played Book of Hours following the release, I've kept those saves. And my intention is to do every single save, see it through to the end, which will be kind of an interesting challenge in an unexpected way, for the simple reason that it looks like Steam is finally starting to digest some of the weirdness. But yeah, so one thing that'll be a little weird is that with some of those playthroughs from the very first version of the game, there will be objects that are not necessarily located where you would normally expect them. But one of the things one of the ideas I like for Book of Hours is this idea of sort of the unique playthroughs each time you go through Hush House. That's a special thing, that it's something that doesn't have to be the same. You may wind up with new mysteries, unexpected results, and it really doesn't want to sync Book of Hours. I wonder if I do a verify integrity. Okay. All right, that seems to have done the trick. Or maybe not. Anyway, this is taking a lot longer to explain than I wanted, but it's mostly just because I'm trying to keep track of what's going on with Steam. It is still loading Book of Hours, so I'm a little worried about what's going on here. Unable to sync your Book of Hours saves with the Steam Cloud. If you play it now, you may not have previous game progress, and you may permanently lose it. So that is the thing that worries me a little bit. So I'm going to do cancel. It says the cloud status is up to date. Okay, nope, that fixed it. But yeah, so like I said, the thing that I really like about Book of Hours, and this has changed a little bit since the release, but this idea that each journey is a very unique one. You're not necessarily going to see all of the books. You're not necessarily going to play all of the endings. And for myself, I've privately committed to, it's a little bit like sort of playing the first run. I wanted to keep myself from going too far into the internals of the game. Like, for the most part, if I'm not willing to go to a wiki, why would I run in and mess around with the the internals of the game? And likewise, oh dear, I think my headphone cable is starting to go. Let me just see if I can put something on it to stop it from wiggling around. This is bad. Sorry, just one moment, please. Okay, this will do, but I think I'm gonna need to order in a new cable. Sorry, this is a real pain, but I know there is a challenge sometimes to, if I don't, if I let some of this audio stuff dangle, it messes with the mic, and I tend not to notice it. Okay, but yeah, so basically, a little bit like the first round is all about trying to figure out what I can in the game before I do any kind of the analysis or anything like that. Because once I start doing the analysis, then I potentially run into connections that I didn't make, or I couldn't make on my own. Similarly with the saves, I don't want to, God, that is really distracting. I'm sorry, if you could just give me a second here, this cable business is driving me bananas. Maybe this will be an excuse for good posture. Okay. But yeah, so the idea here is that for the next few games of Book of Hours, and that will be between my YouTube and my Twitch broadcasts, I'm going to be doing old saves. I'm going to be catching up with the stories, hopefully seeing some variety inside of the game. And then, of course, the hope here is that I'm going to be able to discover some of the things that I couldn't in this main playthrough through doing that. So that also includes the one that I did yesterday. But for now, we are going to be returning to our main session, which was previously played on December the 8th. Now, let me catch up with everybody else. We've got Ellen Ripley here, always very happy to see that name. And catastrophically, Emma is coming in with a tale of woe. I decided to start a Core Faust playthrough this morning, cataloged your first two books, and had Despairing Trist and Fascinated Faust. My condolences. Now, I guess the Faust isn't that big of a deal because the Dandelion wine should help you out, right? So I guess in that case, you're really just waiting for a rainy day. But yeah, that can't be a good feeling. All right, let's take a look at where we're at. So I do have a spreadsheet and all of that I'm working with. Just a reminder, we have committed some skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, but we haven't committed everything because I need more lessons. Now, one challenge I'm running into here, I'm actually a little lost in terms of what... I guess I was reading through all of the different books. So we went through the Tantras. I don't think I'd read Ning's Cages, the Avignon text yet. I did read The Lion and Glass, and yes, each flame has fuel, Singlefoot songs, so on and so forth. Okay, so I think I know what I'm doing here. So yeah, we're going to carry on in the same... you rage quit and starting fresh. Fair enough. Okay. So in this case here, I think the effort is going to be... Again, we're largely trying to get to Numa, So what I'm going to be doing for the next little while, really, is just reading through the library. If there are opportunities to do other things, I'll take them. But let's actually move that aside. I wanted Nin's cages first. And, you know, I'll make sure that I keep myself busy, that I'm trying to read the books to, you know, get the most out of them. But at the moment, I'm happy to pick up on any details that I might have missed in the previous session. Okay. Now we don't have the Deep Mandaic for Focus of Amber, so I gotta leave that aside. I'm also trying to do this in such a way that I use the elements of the soul that have the largest number of entries available. That's not always possible, so things like the core, the tryst, those I'm pretty much not touching. And then I wind up with something like this, which has got lantern, grail, and nectar, and heart. So can't use core. Health is pretty low. Maybe Arab in that case, but Faust really is the one that makes that all work. And then we have got the caller's desk, or governor's desk. I guess technically Shaft works a bit better there. Actually, so does Fet, because Fet has Moth. I keep forgetting that. Alright. So we got up to Wainscot Histories, and then we owe Focus of Amber. And then, as is tradition, I make myself some money. So we've got a surplus of Shaft, fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs, or add coin to find visitors seeking employment. So this is, in fact, based off of yesterday. I'm now willing to speed things up a little bit more. Now, there are things that I can try. So I was talking about previously about how I can use the weather to decide certain, to do certain attempts in terms of skills, skills and recipes. But I think what I'm going to do for the next little while is wait until I can collapse the various elements of the soul into into different how do I put it, into different like advanced versions, and that way I will find it a little bit easier to do the combinations that have been evading me. So Nin's cages, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Nin warns against cutting hair, cracking mirrors, spilling blood, or invoking the edicts liminal or inviolable before sleep, for no matter how secure a lock may be, its key will surely open it. So I guess I did read that last time. All good. Each flame his fuel, a work by Omar the Blaze, an initiate or craftsmaster at the Labyrinth of Lions. Omar describes his work in the construction of mirrors for the enclosure of a sacred flame and his slow realization of a flaw in the glass. Omar explains how his lightsmithing techniques can be used in the presence of sufficient lantern to enrich xanthotic essence into the great ink of the first history, but he pleads caution in its use lest the chandler be realized. Okay, so now that I've got the language back, I'm going to take a minute here to use the appropriate desk. Another work by Omar the Blaze. We can also load up the pale desk. Okay. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Always get to see a savage hymn. Okay. Sunset Passages, a miscellany of funerary prayers, ceremonies, and hymns of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which was ascendant in the Third and Fourth Histories. It schismed during the Intercalate, when the sun was divided, and has not survived as a significant force. The Church revered the sun in splendor before it was divided, but even while it was still whole, its later selves were recognized as its names. The Madrigad, of course, presided over death and passage into the house. The white ceremony was spoken to honor the Madrigad at funerals held in the chilly space before dawn. The text cautions that all blades should remain sheathed while the ceremony is spoken, lest the corpse not be quiet. Iron. All right, the high mysteries of the innermost chamber of our church solar, the secret rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least two histories. And of course, from the other book, we know which histories they were. And the third one is where things were overrun by worms. The church chiefly worshipped the sun in splendor, the original undivided sun, but the text also includes devotions to its aspects as the chilly winter dawn and the departing sunset, as well as the Meniscate, the sun's night self. Priests of the church were all male, but rites are also included, which allowed women to cross ceremonially into manhood. The church's highest rites were performed in the concursum, the chamber at the mansus's heart, where the hours were known to pass. These rites include salutations to non-solar hours, the Grail, the Ring-Yew, the Horned Axe, and the Thunderskin. For some reason, I'm trying to remember if... No, I'm not thinking of the right play. I was going to say something about the concursum, but I was mistaking that for the Mallory. Now, for those of you who may have checked out the stream yesterday and are noticing a considerably more advanced path, I am happy to answer any questions that may come up. But this is what the house looks like complete. And I'm hoping that we can get some more books, although I am short on money now, so we'll see whether or not that actually turns out. The Concursum Diaries. The diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansus subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you find water in a swamp and in a cup and in the sky. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansus. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the mantis changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the mantis. We're like mice. So presumably the next book is Letters from a Fugitive. Letters from a Fugitive. Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the Bounds. Throughout that time, he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. A year with the Legion de Sul patrolling the Bounds until he deserts, a month in the Priory of Captains in Morban, 7 days, or so he claims, in Ys behind the wave. Cornered at last by his pursuers, Westergren writes that he will attempt the paths of the sun. He doesn't seem sanguine about his chances, and indeed this is his last letter. An editor's note adds that Westergren's whereabouts or end remain unknown, although he was supposedly sighted at the Christmas market in Vienna, the negotiations between invisible underworld figures that happen each year there in 1929. Wainscot Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the mantis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. And one more book to add to the list. That one wants Vac. I can handle Vac. I'm getting, if I recall correctly, Vesper Fortune's favorite language is Vac. I'm probably inclined to Ericapean now that I've played the game a bit more. I don't know if there's any other preferred or favorite languages in the game. All right. The Focus of Amber. Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. Omar claims that the hour called the Watchman is both a god who is flesh, an hour who is mortal, and a god from light, an hour who is descended from the glory, but adds finally that the Watchman's origin is triple and that in essence he is amber. So that actually answers the question that we talked about yesterday, which was, so the thing is, I believe the Watchman is also the foolish mortal that is referred to before. So I was like, well, it's clearly a god from light, but I suppose if he was the foolish mortal, then that also makes him a god from flesh. Incidentally, if I believe the Watchman is also known as the door in the eye, although this is the Watchman, so especially if you see the tarot image for the door in the eye, you'll make a pretty clear connection there. The Watchman, according to Omar, was once another hour entirely who ascended into the glory to escape efforts by other hours to send him to nowhere. Maybe that Omar's sense of persecution creeps into the narrative at this point. Certainly it grows less coherent, and the last part is devoted to attempts to prove that eyes, eggs, and the sun are all in some sense conjunct. is looking for Vac, so I'm going to need to wait a bit. Prophecies of glory, religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. Yep, that's fine. This is much more sober in tone than Gore's previous Wainscot histories. Evidently, he became religious in his later years. Each fable describes the coming of the second dawn, when the hours of the sun will be united, but in eternity denied, the vampire light and the feast of rays, Gore's depicts a tainted dawn, which can only be purified by a second division of the sun. He insists repeatedly on the dangers and temptations of a false dawn. Obviously, these books gain a very considerable. There's quite a bit more that you get out of them once you take a look at some of the Newman. So this, I think, has some relation to the, the Swan the Swan one. We'll probably take a look at that Newman before too long, so I'll leave it aside for now. But by their marks ye shall know them. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding the weak spots of Long. Little Sophia observes dryly, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that Long undergo as they abandon their mortal condition. As the lantern Long begins to abandon its flesh, its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The sixth mark is to be observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. And I believe that particular mark has its origin in something that happened in real life. Oops. Oblations in Ire. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits she has rendered to the Worm Museum in the Mansus. Little Sophia has never visited the Worm Museum or even the Mansus in person, and evidently has no desire to do so. She mixes ink which incorporates the remains of her prey, writes her records in that ink, and then burns them before the Colonel's altar. So there's a suggestion here that there may be an ink that comes from the desiccated witchworms. I haven't been able to make anything out of that yet, though. It is essential, however, to permit no drop of the ink thereby obtained to enter any portal of the body, even a break in the barrier of the skin. Should any fragment of the worm remain viable, it might enter thereby, and the hunt's ultimate conclusion be melancholy indeed. Vincent's Minglings. The metallurgist and skysmith Everett Vincent speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, the alloys intendant. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vincent warns that the mingling of metals of too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the leashed flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues, for though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law, in spirit as in letter. Of course, this has some implications in terms of Henry, as well as some other royal figures we've seen. The Vincent inscriptions. Everett Vincent described these from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. Long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted, the Forge loved the hour called the Sun and Splendor. The Red Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail priestesses prophesied it. The remainder of the text consists of gloating remarks by the Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments from those of the sisterhood who serve the ring yew, and especially the horned axe. Nevertheless, an invocation to the forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. I seem to be missing the fast travel buttons. I didn't see any patch notes to that effect, though. Curious. I might actually try resetting the save just to see if it comes back. If you can give me one quick second here, the headphone thing is really driving me crazy, so I'm just going to take a quick second here to see what it costs to order a replacement. Good lord. Okay, cool. I'm not going to order it on stream. I just wanted to see what the cost would be. Okay, on Resonance, experiments in ithistry by the skysmith Everett Vincent. Vincent suggests percussion instruments that might be sympathetic to a number of hours and names. Some are more likely than others. Vincent uncontroversially suggests drums of various materials as sympathetic instruments for the thunderskin and its ascendant dendrozones. He proposes bells of bronze and iron for the lionsmith and colonel. He spent some time on the design of a bee rattle for the malachite, but doesn't seem entirely confident of his findings. And in the mountains as upon the plain, there may not be a path where none has passed. Nangala of Lagash describes the secrets to be found in mountains. Nangala tells a number of lively stories about riddling ogres and wars between mountain tribes, but turns somber at the tale of the empty-handed hunter, a lover of the Grail who sought to match her appetites and join her as an hour, but in the end rent and devoured himself, giving his name to the mountains he had once roamed. Nangala claims that the Hours, who sometimes manifest as birds, the laughing thrush, the ivory dove, the beach crow, and the witch and sister meet at a secret location on a mountaintop to exchange gossip unheard by their peers. Now and then, a mortal overhears them. The mortal is always obliterated, and the meeting place is always changed. Okay, so I've got my vac back. We will go through the books again. I think there's one more section which has kind of a heavy influence on, or a heavy vac influence. Okay, what do I want to put here? Memory of Gods. Lots of Fusine, lots of... this is probably the section I was thinking of. Okay, well, we will do Sunset Celia and the End of Days then. That's going to be a little hard to keep track of, but... Okay, we're in decent shape as far as that. You know, I've noticed I'm actually really starting to rely on that helper. So let me just take a quick look at the patch notes. Huh, I wonder what caused that to go away. No worries. Wait, but I thought I saved and quit. Clearly I didn't save and quit. There's something very odd happening here. Or maybe not. Yep, no, it's already reading. Okay. But I am missing... Oh no, there's a few of them here. Better now. Alright, we're gonna keep making the money. It's, again, not a major thing for me to be doing, but it's just a way that we're spending the intervening time. Alright, observations on the Peacock Door. Nangela of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansus, a rent, an imperfection, an abrasion. I'm going to have to do the same trick as last time, where we sort of individually take out books, sorry, we have to do them in batches just because of the language. The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the Queen Unsated, was offered an opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters, the Hours of the Triple Knot, accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided, in the secret hollow of her heart, that she will adopt any who ask if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she is a name of the Red Grail, it might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. And that, of course, wound up giving us a treasure of the house. In memory of gods. So the Barrowchild, a nameless Gaulish adept who joined an organization identified as the Ordo Lamea, writes regretfully of the destruction of the gods who were stone, the hours who preceded humanity. The Barrowchild singles out the scarred tribune, the Red Grail, the Forge, and the Moth for a special condemnation as murderers of the first gods. We live in the shadow of their crime, she writes, and we must evade it or repeat it. The Barrowchild describes how the Grail drained the hour called Tide, how Moth usurped the wheel from within, stealing its skin, and how the Forge first eclipsed, then shattered flint. Perhaps these are glories, she observes, but then it cannot be that glory is merciful. Sunset Celia and the End of Days. An adept identified only as the Emiliano rants desperately about the part Sunset Celia played in the intercalate as the proxy of the sun. Now she walks behind the watchman, but did she always? She has many of the characteristics of a maid in the mirror, after all. In older texts, she has been called Calia the Allegabline. Perhaps she was his daughter. Perhaps Tryphon's sister. Perhaps, like the watchman himself, she is like a shadow cast by two candles. What must be revealed will be revealed. Our order's root is tainted, but its branches flourish beneath the shelter of the watchman's greater tree. I shall invoke its rights before the chancel, the cruciate, and the road. I shall write a final history, or another shall write it for me. I wonder if this means that, so I think there was Sickle and Eclipse, but Sakura and Lamea this may also be a hint on did I do this right? Anyways, yeah, I have a thought, but I don't really have a way of testing it, so. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It is not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century, after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58. That they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded both its most sacred and most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenient for the Oblividiots to confine to the disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly, it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. The Carbonek Schism. The Order of Obliviates, on the brink of schism, assembles a bounce house, any bounce house identified only as the Carbonek, after the Fisher King's Castle of Legend. There, the know and the long of the Order debate their long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. One of their number, the one recording their debates, describes how in desperation he has found some kind of solution in the volumes of Transcendent Heresy. Oh yes, this is the one by Westcott. In a volume of Transcendent Heresy, but dares not pursue it alone. He convinces a handful of other Obliviates to depart Carbonek with him while the others cross the port to sea to Port Noon. In the last few pages, the author reveals himself as the no-adept Ambrose Westcott, writing in an uncharacteristically serious mode. He informs any who should find this work that he has returned the book he spoke of to Abbot Geoffrey's secret, where it can be retrieved with certain invocations of Sakura Lamea. That confirms something I was thinking of before. He hopes that the one who has read this far has understood this much, will find a history to determine. The Serenity of the Black Wood, an allegorical history of the House of Leith, which is here implied was inspired by the centipede. Sereno Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. The proverbial footloose gathers travelers in a wood and leads them through, but abandons them part way. They find themselves beset by glorious monsters. The travelers discover they can survive if they close their eyes. They adopt a closed eye as their sign, and that they can go unnoticed if they drink from clear, cold streams. They never forget that proverbial footloose the centipede, but they never forgive her either. Okay, we can queue up another batch of books. So the various metal books are going to be a little challenging because they all demand Fusine. So silver book, ivory book are seen as... nope, the messenger awaiting her destination is available. Okay, Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith. One thing that... this is a little bit of a tricky one to figure out whether or not it's appropriate for stream or not. I am kind of happy that a number of these are... they're kind of giving me results that I was expecting. And the reason for that is it just gives an indication of understanding, right? So if there are books that I'm reading and then it turns out that there is something that surprises me, in some senses that can be good, right? Because you learn new things with surprises. You want to, as much as you can, go as far as you can in your understanding of the game. But it's also sort of like, I don't know, if you're practicing a piece of music, you've been practicing it over and over and over again, and you are getting to certain... let's say you've been doing this for months, and you get to some passages which all of a sudden, surprise you, shock you. They give you... It's something that you'd not like... It's almost like it's the first time you're touching on this. That is less encouraging, because at that point you sort of wonder, well, what have you been spending all of that time on? It's not to suggest that there aren't things to learn over the course of practice, and certainly very good music, there's, I'm sure, just like a good book or any other expression, that there are details that you can pick up on repeated experiences. But again, there's certain expectations that, if I suddenly discover, oh wait, the Watchman, the Metascape, the Sun and Rags, and the Madrigad, they're all related to each other somehow? I wonder how long that's been going on. That would be an example of something I'd be a little more worried about. I also keep forgetting that I have one more slot available to me in the form of the consider verb. This is going to want crack track, so we'll do Karish and Portolan instead. It is spring. The landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Okay, so one more batch of books after these. The Iron Book, a manual of the Order Lamea. Oh, let's try that again. An order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. The manual was compiled by one Melary Yivni, who claims to have traveled to join the Ordo from the crossroad of the waters. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Iron Chain, that required them to remain hidden from the world. This manual includes, presumably, long obsolete addresses and passphrases that could have been used to find the Ordo's contact in the town of Iria. The final part of the manual describes the punishments for Ordo members who break their oath of secrecy. This includes an invocation used to summon the spirit called King Crucible as an agent of vengeance. Yivni cautions that this must be a last resort when the oathbreaker would otherwise go unpunished. Summoning King Crucible might draw the personal attention of the Forge of Days. A marginal note suggests, in any case, that King Crucible, in the most transcendent Sulk of Sulks, is no longer leads the Mansus. So we're on our last batch of books, so in this case, using stuff like the Tryst makes a little more sense here. I'm always happy to see the like a bunch of gaps with the languages, but it does sometimes feel a little weird when I know I need to juggle different texts. Fortunately, a lot of these are sort of duplicates of the same, so I don't think I've done The Road to Janus, which again, Sweeps the Pillow Clean was kind enough to offer a correct pronunciation, but I'm going to call it Janus just because that's probably what we will be familiar to most. But we are reading The Messenger Awaiting Her Destination. The Limian Burzgash records his prophecies of a city unbuilt and entreaties to its herald. The herald may never arrive at the city unbuilt. The city may never be built without the herald's message. The herald is finally identified as the 12th initiate of the House of Silence. The foundation stone will be taken from the House of Silence, Burzgash suggests, to become the foundation stone of the city unbuilt. Actually, I've wondered what material these foundations do. So I know the stone now for Hush House, but I'm actually kind of curious what material it is because I think that is not recorded. Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously born. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. Sorry, running into cable trouble again. Okay, I think that one goes here. The High Traditions of Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Club members are assigned names out of noble myth: Joffrey, Roland, and, unexpectedly, Breadbettle. They claim to be heirs of the leashed flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. Their endeavor itself is a purifying fire, which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. The Carmine Petal Revisited, an apparently theoretical project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, which might permit the imprisonment of a renegade forge name, a very heavily revised edition of an earlier and even more controversial work. The book was evidently revised some time after the Wars of the Roads had ended, but even then this kind of discussion would have been politically difficult. Lionel suggests that the disciplines of Scar and Hammer together would be necessary to create such a prison, but that either on its own would serve to release the occupant. Exercises in the continuity of self, techniques proposed by the Ostorium, the most inaccessible and upsetting of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, for the persistence of memory after the body is discarded. The soul element Whist is regarded as the fundamental value of the individual. All other soul elements, it is implied, may potentially be discarded, as can the individual itself. The Ostorium expresses grudging respect for the hour called the Elegist, who calls the dead by name. but also concern over the elegist subtlety when it chooses to inspire particular interpretations of histories. The Ostorium proposes the use of nowhere energies in distracting or discouraging the elegist in order to assure the persistence of history remains unalloyed. Okay, I want to read that again. Exercises in the continuity of self. Techniques proposed by the Hostorium, the most inaccessible and upsetting of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, for the persistence of memory after the body is discarded. The soul element, whist, regarded as the fundamental value of the individual. Is regarded as the fundamental value. All other soul elements, it is implied, may potentially be discarded, as can the individual itself. The Hostorium expresses grudging respect for the hour called elegist, who calls each of the dead by name, but also concern over the elegist's subtlety when it chooses to inspire particular interpretations of histories. The Hostorium proposes the use of nowhere energies in distracting or discouraging the elegist in order to assure that the persistence of history remains unalloyed. Okay. Deaths of the Moon, a historical track on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the Grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alukites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. I'm reading that again. Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the Grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alukites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is the waning moon mode. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to the point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature. I wonder if this is the crown growth it's referring to. And its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. White jade tablets, supposedly copied from a tablet of white jade which serves as the covenant stone of the Grove of Green Immortals, the token which gives the library shelter beneath that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. When humankind emerged from the weft of the roots, we were smeared with filth and of crumbled ages. The foolish sought to wash it from themselves, but our skins were yet soft and fell easily from us. The tablet expounds the dangers and pleasures of abandoning appearances in search of essence. Along the way, it reveals the secret of skin-shuck mead, which can be brewed from honey by application of the rites of the roots, if enough moth aspect is present. Okay, so we have one last batch of books, or we will in a moment. Carisham Portalan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portalan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist or never existed in the traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. 2 pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ye's Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined writings. Here the final city, strike the hours, lest the earth and sky break open. Apparently I really wanted to read The Road to Janus. Okay, so we got the silver book. Yeah, I should have been cycling in and out. All right. We'll sort it all out. So these are okay. We will now read the green jasper tablet now. Oops. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on what's been used so far. We can use the core somewhere else, actually. Viennese Conundra. So looks like we're almost out of the books that are hard to read because of language. We'll have some when we get upstairs to the nave, and we have a few more of the books, the few scene books, but. All right, now if I can, I'd love to throw as many elements of the soul as I can at the sweet bones, but I think realistically I only have one more. Better now. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I believe I was trying to preserve the old moment, so let's hang on to that. Now, one option I have is to use all of these to read overnight, because clearly this is these are surplus, but I'm going to avoid the temptation. And again, I apologize. My headphones have been bothering me all stream, so it's I guess the best. It's obviously hard to communicate to an outside audience, but essentially, left ear. It's like what happens if you have wired headphones and the cable's starting to fray. So every once in a while, if I even do just a small movement, but if it's the wrong kind of movement, it will translate into this very stuttering sound in the left-hand side. And the difficulty is when you're trying to talk and like when you're getting into the game, having that suddenly like aggressively go into your ear is it's very distracting. It's hard to kind of keep going for the broadcast. So I'm sorry. I'll do my best to work around it, but this is what I'm up against. If it feels like I'm suddenly sort of drifting off onto other topics. Number one, that's probably just me naturally being a bit feather-headed, but in this case, I really am dealing with something that sort of randomly imposes a distraction. The Silver Book, a manual of the Order Lemea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave in the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Burzgash, who explains that he came to join the Ordo from the city of Messenger Eagles after he abandoned the service of the Ivory Dove. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Silver Chain, that forbade men to lie with women or women lie with men. For what may come is not always a crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. It was apparently permissible for men to lie with men and women with women. In fact, Burzgash suggests that should be encouraged to distract from other temptations. The manual prescribes potential countermeasures to protect those that might be tempted to go against the oath: masks, disfigurement, severe poetic disciplines. Those who do break it are to be punished with death, although there are lesser punishments prescribed for various acts that don't involve actual coitus. Death is to be administered with the glassfinger toxin, which can be created with the assistance of the techniques described earlier in the manual with sufficient knock aspect. The Road to Janus. The Limian Burzgash makes a series of prophecies regarding the initiates of the House of Silence, with intricate, if unhelpful, predictions of their passage through the house. Now, this is definitely a big one, but it's one I've had a little difficulty to get a good grip on. This actually, you know what? I'm going to write this down. I'll do a number on my headphones. Oh, I found my note on deaths and their evasions. All right. Okay, the sixth initiate is priest and key, gate and church. He shall cross the sea and open the tide. He shall not be the 11th, yet there shall be 7 between them. Okay. He shall not be the 11th, yet there shall be 7 between them. So this could be the riddles between William Harries and... Willem Harries and Gervenius van Loren. Gabe voting to resist temptation. That hot take. I mean, there's a very liberal fan license for those of you aspiring to enter into the cinema verite genre of the cinema verite version of the romance genre. Don't let your dreams be dreams. So I'm going to try a couple more tricks with my headphones. And I lost my pen. It's the problem of having a black pen on a black mouse pad in a dark room. Okay, but there shall be 7 between them. In the first year of his time, the flower door is opened. Okay. The 12th initiate, this is us, is Salvation and Rack, Steed and Rider. Who chooseth one blossom of three, who casteth away the key, and whom the key shall not cast away, who comes after the flame and before the snow. So I'm curious about the snow here. Your friend is a delivery driver and had a canceled Amazon delivery of an RGB mousepad and 32 gigabytes of RAM. Amazon couldn't take it back and told her to keep it, so she gave it to you for Christmas. Having an RGB mousepad is a little much, though. I've never seen an RGB mouse. Like, you're talking about it lights up as you use it? 32 gigabytes of RAM is nice, though. This machine has an embarrassing amount now. Although someone did point out, so I was sort of like, I was doubtful when someone had made a claim about memory leaks, and it's just because my experience of so like, again, obviously I don't want to be an idiot about my setup. Like, gamers get very touchy about these things, but like, Industries of Titan genuinely had a memory leak, which I didn't notice for a very long time, precisely because there was enough RAM for it to like fill up, and it was usually only when I did extra long streams that it wound up affecting me. And then I wound up with more than what I had then, so, you know, sort of like, well, you know, obviously, you know, not to be Mr. Touchy about, you know, about the RAM, but I had another game do this and it wasn't it. But somebody pointed out, I was like, well, the video RAM though, right? And certainly I have a very ordinary graphics card. So, what was I going to say? But yeah, the one thing I have noticed is that in gaming, I mean, I'm bad for this. The nice thing for me is I at least have the excuse of the data stuff. But I've noticed that for a lot of games, only recently have they actually started taking advantage of, you know, the big, or like some of the larger amounts that a lot of gamers seem to have. I mean, I realize there's other benefits to having, you know, lots of RAM. You know, maybe if you have lots of, you know, lots of virtual machines open or something like that. But there's an RGB light that runs around the edge. It's extra large size. It's big enough for your keyboard and mouse with some room to spare. And I think they make it in up to a 3 times, which would basically be desk sized. My God, I'm going to have to look these things up. Okay, anyways. That sounds like a good Christmas gift. When you got your gaming PC, there weren't many good gaming cards available, so you got a Titan RTX machine learning card. My God. Now I'm glad I did, because you can run things like Stable Diffusion on a locally installed AI. Like, yeah. So like, this is one of the things that's a nice side effect for me, is exactly what you're talking about here. And I mean, I suppose there are some benefits to running things locally. I mean, it's not like it's difficult to find, you know, services that will run it for you. But there is something kind of nice about being able to do local things for the purposes of, you know, just learning, right? I think there's a lot of fun in doing that. But I mean, personally, I wouldn't spend that money to do it. It's more just like, hey, I've got these capabilities. That's a nice little perk. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Actually, I notice after the not to this is going to be something that annoys people, I'm sure, but I noticed that with Steam's new kind of new ruling on AI in game, or using AI tools in games, there's a lot of very alarmist gaming headlines, which in one sense is weird because one of the places in which I don't really feel there was an AI winter was gaming. Right, there's always been some kind of application for many of the things that we are now calling AI, whether it's procedural generation or actual AI in terms of generating something that will play against you. And for a long time, a lot of people would consider these to be very innovative, or would consider these to be good features for games, right? So, procedural generation, oh, wonderful for indies. You can create this infinite story generator. It's how brilliant and cutting edge. And this is good stuff, right? Like, procedural generation is actually really interesting in a lot of cases. But now that, now that there's an association made with OpenAI or Meta or the large language models, right? This particular AI now becomes something that is bad, right? And the person writing the article is going to tell you what the good use of AI is and what the bad use of AI is, and all of a sudden Steam's going to be full of crap. It's like, well, I don't know if you've looked recently, but the thing is this, right? Like, there are definitely... So just like any kind of new tech, any new introduction of any kind of new thing, it's very rarely unambiguously good or, unambiguously bad, right? So, like, a good example of this would be... so, like, the discovery of penicillin. Okay, that's probably unambiguously good. But yeah, for most of these things, it winds up involving some sort of trade-off. And ideally what happens is there's a short-term trade-off. People realize what the benefits of something are, and then they put it back. So for instance, there seems to be a very weird, or there's a very, well, not weird, but there seems to be a very dedicated fan base for the writing software WordStar. I think probably the most famous proponent of it is George R.R. Martin, but I also think like Anne Rice was a big WordStar proponent as well. You can run up to 33 billion parameter quantized language models on your setup. If you had dual GPUs, you could do a quantized 70 billion. Oh, interesting. I need to double check one of the specs. I know the biggest one is... Anyways. But one of the things, like, so as far as they're concerned, it did everything that they wanted, and there are a number of features that they find undesirable, so spell check being one of them. And I actually see some sympathy for it, because whenever I'm trying to do the spreadsheet for Book of Hours, Apple is very helpfully writing things that make it hard for me to find the various, objects in the secret histories that I'm looking for. So that's a fairly unique situation, but let's be honest here, right? If you're writing a story and all of a sudden you have special terms which are not properly being dealt with in the spell checker, it is now a hindrance rather than a helper. And whether the answer to that is to go to a very old school, word processor, or to, disable spell check, or, add a significantly altered dictionary. There's a lot of different ways around that. But I think for the most part, people would say that modern word processors are a good thing. They're productivity enhancing, and it's helpful to be able to have a perfect reproduction of the text that you've produced, perhaps even the layout of such a text, and to be able to hand that to a publisher and to have a fairly good idea of what that will look like on the printed page, assuming that it does get printed. And again, you can always see the arguments as to how this is a terrible thing. And with all of these introductions, there are going to be disruptions in terms of the labor market. So if your credit card company goes from having paper records to digitizing those records, that's going to be a massive productivity gain. There's going to be a lot less paperwork. It also means that there's going to be fewer chances of mistakes. They're not going to lose your money, although I guess if it's a credit card, that's actually kind of a good thing if the money gets lost. I guess if it's a payment you're making, that would be an example of something that wouldn't work as well. But the idea of having replacing paper records with digitized ones, I think we probably accept as a good thing and something that we see a major benefit from. But it does also involve a pretty significant reshaping of a workplace, right? The people who would normally be filing paper and such very likely will not continue to do that role in the bank or the whatever the credit card company is attached to. And I think there was actually, I'm trying to remember who did this study, but they looked at the introduction of spreadsheet software. So, Lotus 1-2-3, Microsoft Excel, these sorts of things. And there was definitely, in terms of bookkeepers, there was a big drop in terms of bookkeepers. But what was also found was that the number of accountants, people doing sort of that higher level work, increased. And to me, that kind of seems more like a good thing. Although, again, you look at the details and you may, come up with your own conclusions to the contrary. So again, we kind of come back to the usual deal, right? It's not always universally good, not always universally bad, and it would be nice if people would treat these things accordingly. But one of the things that really bugs me about... So it's actually a little bit like when I was watching somebody who was going on about NFTs. Now, I think probably it's fair to say that NFTs, didn't really turn out. And I think, for very obvious reasons. But what struck me so much about one particular stream that I was watching was someone came in talking about being very excited about NFTs and the potential that technology would introduce. And I'm, I'll fully admit I'm skeptical on it. I think the skepticism was justified, but as with most things, I don't feel... So the big thing is that I very often find that there is very little benefit to taking an incredibly hard line on a topic like that. So, I might get, a round of applause online for... Did I lose my old moment? Looks like I did. Oh no, we put it away already. Yeah, I mean, so if you're looking for a round of applause from the internet, talking about how much NFTs suck is usually a good way to do that, unless, of course, you're in a group that's really into those, and then you'll find yourself in a little bit of trouble. But the thing that really struck me about this was that the person was talking about how excited they were by it, and then the broadcaster went on at, kind of the length that I am right now about how terrible they are, and, don't you know how bad it is for the environment, and et cetera, et cetera. And this person was actually, I was quite surprised, because normally when you think of these sorts of things, you think, kind of airheaded crypto bro that isn't really paying attention to anything. And he says, well, look, I can see these, it's kind of, it's like, I can see the concern about that, and I think this thing solves it. So I think they were probably talking about proof of stake or whatever it was. And again, I feel that these are, essentially what the guy sort of says, I feel like these are problems that can be dealt with, but there is a reason to be excited by this, this underlying technology and the potential that it opens. And, why would you be opposed to that? And again, the other guy did not engage, just simply restated the previous set of issues and kind of browbeat this guy. It was almost kind of like, you're not allowed to watch me unless you recant this terrible view about NFTs. And again, like, I just don't feel, I mean, maybe I should feel more mad about NFTs and I just don't know any better, but like, I can't really see how that is a helpful or particularly fun way to engage with people. So, again, like, I in one sense, there are some artists that I quite liked, and they seem to do this very nice art, which they definitely seem to be making some money by selling NFTs. So, I'm obviously happy to see them achieve some sort of financial success through it. But like the whole idea, like, it's not really digital ownership, right? Like, I appreciate that's a shorthand that people used, but all that you really have is the little hash that says you're the person who paid this much for this thing that's referencing this underlying object. It's like, well, what exactly is that supposed to get you, right? And again, maybe I'm just not sophisticated enough to quite understand exactly what it was doing, but like that was kind of my big problem with it, is like, I'm not entirely sure what this thing is accomplishing here. But again, I suppose the one thing that's nice, despite the fact that, I'm sure I could sound very smug and be like, oh yeah, I was right about NFTs, as if there weren't a bunch of other people saying things much more intelligent than I was about it. I need to allow for the possibility that I'm mistaken, and that I'm just not seeing something that didn't turn out. So I've been wanting to follow up on the monetary policy article that I wrote, because somebody mentioned that they wanted to know more about like open market operations and things like that. And one of the things I always find kind of funny is if you go into history, first of all, like all of the, the capitalist tech bros that everybody likes to make fun of are not really all that impressive. There are much bigger personalities and much larger stakes in history. So one guy I'm sort of thinking of in particular is sort of this like philandering murderer named John Law, who went to France and sort of created what's known as the Mississippi Bubble, which really messed up the French economy. But it was where the term millionaire was coined, because so many people were very wealthy, and one of the became very wealthy for a while under it. And what was sort of underpinning a lot of this was paper money. Now, the funny thing is that a very large amount of what John Law did and was thinking of is broadly correct, and is actually how we tend to think about money and monetary policy quite a bit. There are obviously problems with it. Like, one of the big things is that the value that a lot of these shares of the Mississippi company that were being done, like the value was never realized. There was never anything built in what was effectively swampland. But again, in terms of on the merits, right, on the actual operations and the theory behind it, there's a lot more going in its favor than counter. Now, again, it's a big complex system, so it does matter that you get all of it right. What happened was completely disastrous. But it's worth looking at these sorts of things and saying, it's like, okay, so when you're looking at this thing and you're skeptical about it, like, is it, you can look at the Mississippi Bubble and rightly be like, okay, aren't these people a bunch of idiots for thinking this thing would turn out? And yet, on the other hand, you can look at that and say, how many things that are listed in this overall scheme do we think are unworkable under all circumstances? And it's actually a much narrower list, because, again, some of this has actually become something used in practice, just with better understanding. So back to the AI stuff, right? Like the big one I read was, Steam is about to be flooded with a bunch of like crap, and that's just not a very interesting argument to make, because you can make that same argument with Unity. You can make that same argument with, easier to learn programming languages. So once upon a time, if you wanted to make XCOM, you sort of needed to know, C, and you needed to be able to manage the resources of the computer well enough that you could get reasonably compelling art that didn't completely, take down the machine. So like one of the big things about id Software was that they really managed to figure out some efficient ways to do things that people wanted to do, but just it seemed computationally infeasible, right? That's kind of John Carmack's big claim to fame, among other, like Michael Abresh obviously is also at id. So, you can see a very similar argument for saying that, oh, well, these better graphics APIs or, more friendly computer programming languages, right? Because so much of computer programming, the development of computer programming is sort of recognizing that people are more expensive than machines now. And so as a result, you want to make things easier for the person. Well, nowadays, even if you don't want to use an existing game engine, you can use something like Pygame, which, again, you're probably not going to be making Doom Eternal with it, but you can make a game, and that's assuming that you don't want to use one of the off-the-shelf engines. You can make the same argument. Well, Steam's going to be full of crap as a result of more affordable game engines, and that is true. And in fact, people are finding it quite difficult to make a living making games today. To a certain extent, that is indeed a consequence of a more open market, and through making the tools to make games more available. But I think most people would say, on balance, that removing barriers to creative expression is a good thing, right? It leads to situations like, game companies like Weather Factory, where you can have a small number of people who are creating very specialized games, and enough people are connecting with them that not only do the games cover their costs, but they hopefully turn a profit and allow people to make a living doing that. And, if it was as costly as it used to be to make games, it's much harder to imagine these kinds of games succeeding, for the simple reason that you need to have such a large audience to be able to make that money back. So it brings us back to the AI question, right? And even for things like, what about displaced workers and things like that? These are very legitimate concerns to have. So in a lot of cases, this could even be things like overfishing in the Atlantic provinces, right? There's the cod fishery that completely fell apart in Canada. And that created a tremendous amount of economic pain. And there's also the displacement that happens when you have free trade agreements. And company, or like the industries in which a country doesn't have a comparative advantage, those don't do well under under free trade. And it's the ones that the country does have a comparative advantage in, those do quite well. And so there are winners and there are losers about those kinds of decisions. And economically, it's a very well established result that the net gain, the total gain, is greater than not having the policy. But there is a very good reason, very good rationale behind saying that the winners should compensate the losers in some sort of way. But the thing to me about the AI thing is that if your real claim is that, Steam is going to be filled with nonsense, I guess the big thing I have to say is that right now, there's no end of pixel art, Hollow Knight but a lower budget, Rocket League but a lower budget. There's no short, and I mean, there's about 10,000 different Vampire Survivors riffs here. To a certain extent, given the way that so many of these tools are working, I'm not entirely sure that the type of imitation that it is doing is all that different from what we are claiming is, this sacred human work. And more importantly, I think the more that you see the adoption of these technologies, the more I think the ability to do something, independent, and I don't mean independent as in not attached to a publisher, but I mean independent as in recognizing things that people like that is not being served by the market, only gets more valuable. So a really good example of this would be the art style of a game like Among Us, and I am going to get back to the game after I finish this thought. So, with all respect to Inner Sloth, Among Us is not the hardest art style to emulate. I couldn't do it, but I don't think people look at the Among Us characters and the overall visual style of that game and say that this is, this is an uncopyable style, that this will never, no other company but Innersloth will be able to do that. And yet, they're very recognizable figures. It's an incredibly successful game. It is something that exists beyond a game now. It's sort of this whole recognizable experience. And it's the sort of thing that you can really only put into a prompt once it exists and you know what to do, right? Like the whole thing that we celebrate as being innovative and being creative, that still needs to happen. And I would argue that it's probably harder to do as a prompt if it doesn't already exist than it is to just create through its traditional means. And so, again, I have to imagine that the people who are doing original and interesting things only do better in an environment like that. And the people who are just sort of expecting an automated tool to spit out a good game for them, well, they are going to face the same sort of hardship that the people who are doing, Hollow Knight but lower budget, what they're experiencing. And I think probably, honestly, it's not surprising to me that Steam made this decision, because I think Steam has a legitimate concern that they are going to be hit by copyright concerns. Their usual answer to that is to take a game down, and they'll make exceptions to that if the developer or the publisher sort of accepts the liability for continuing to sell it on the storefront. But I can see why, and I also think that they're probably very concerned about sort of the real-time generation, right? So where you don't necessarily know what the game is going to be spitting out. But I think once they have an idea, and this is more or less what their post says, I think once they have an idea about that, it is very consistent with the way that they have always been handling things, which is to essentially say it's not our job to put up barriers as to what can and cannot be sold on Steam. And as much as people don't want to admit it, we've had a really good time as customers of Steam, right? The games are getting better. The games are also not as expensive in real terms as they used to be. It is definitely very difficult to make a game and to be successful with it. And yet I find it very hard to see what going back to an old system where you sort of need to know someone at Steam to get your game on there. I'm trying to see what that would serve other than to make the incumbents more successful and to cut a lot of people off from the opportunity to be able to realize a game like that. And so in the end, I just don't think that Steam really wants to be, or Valve doesn't really want to be in the business of deciding what is or isn't a game, or what is or what does or doesn't constitute a sufficiently creative game. And I think their expectation is that if this disaster of terrible games is going to come to pass, then people are simply not going to buy them. And, that is the experience of lots of other games on Steam, right? So I don't know, I realize I probably sound very callous to people who have very legitimate concerns that their jobs may be replaced. I think at Shopify, they've been trying to get rid of their writing teams in favor of the LLMs, and the LLMs are not doing the job. Now, that doesn't mean that people are going to, not going to lose their jobs because of that. You're kind of at the mercy of whether or not management thinks it's worthwhile. But I don't know, I'm not entirely sure we want to, I guess I just want to see the better argument in terms of specifically why this one, right, as opposed to 3D or, independent game engine, not independent games, low-cost game development tools or all of those things. I want to know why this specific one is the death toll of gaming as opposed to the others. And I don't know. It's a hard one, because again, I do want to be compassionate to people who are affected by that, while also sort of recognizing that there's always going to be another reason to not to try and maintain the status quo, and I think it's important to try and not not fall prey into that kind of bias. Also, catastrophically, Emma here says, what's wild to me is how capitalism has just run rampant on the internet. Like a whole thing about buying virtual real estate in the metaverse, like they ran out of land to sell on Earth, so now they're selling fake digital land. I mean, I suspect that's probably more about, it's not like they've run out of land on Earth, but it happens to be that the metaverse types don't have that land to sell, and so they can create this fake land to enrich themselves. But again, I mean, this is kind of this sort of thing is, I feel like this sort of thing is self-correcting, right? Like, the crypto bros are going to be trading each other their worthless digital real estate. And my view is to avoid doing that, right? Don't go into the fake land market, particularly when it does not have the benefit of financial regulators, who I do actually think serve a very useful purpose. I know it's a very difficult thing, because I do sound very free markets and very borderline Republican on some of my views on these things. And a lot of the time it just comes down to the idea that these things are so complicated that you can't expect one person to be managing everything. So what you want to do is create a set of rules under which people cannot behave like complete jerks, and then allow them to do what they like, right? So I don't want people to sort of be forced to watch my broadcast if they are bored by these long rants. It is beneficial to me to say, you must watch exactly 90 minutes of educational content, and I only count as an educational content. But that would not be a good rule. But the fact of the matter is that there were people who were heavily affected by some of the crypto stuff. There's actually, I do recommend the book Number Go Up by I think it's Zeke Fox or Foe maybe. And he doesn't just deal with the people financially impacted by that. So people who put a large amount of money that really they shouldn't have into platforms like Celsius on the basis of promises that were definitely not justified. But even, the human trafficking dimensions in that, like I have very, very strong feelings about Tether and what it enables. But again, I mean, I do also sort of feel like there is a playbook for this sort of stuff, right? Like we do have consumer protection agencies, and I am not opposed to the existence of such agencies. It's, the biggest thing that we notice about so many of these different things are people rediscovering why we have financial regulation, right? And if it's the people who, if it's the people who are trying to tell me that, oh yeah, I brought my whole family to Disneyland because I'm a financial genius. I put it all on Dogecoin or whatever. These are people who are basically asking to be swindled, and I don't know what I can do to help them. I also sort of wonder exactly how far do we go trying to stop these people from hurting themselves. I'm not completely indifferent to it, but there is a certain point at which you just have to say, it's like, look, I can only tell you to wear a seatbelt so many times when driving. I wish you would, but asking every time doesn't seem to have done the trick. But yeah, I mean, again, as long as it's, the people who are all about the Bored Apes losing or gaining money from the people who are going to make their virtual land in the metaverse, it's like it's a bunch of very annoying people swindling each other, and it's very hard for me to get as passionate about it on either side. But the AI stuff for gaming is a bit harder, right? Because again, you can apply that argument to the things that enable enable independent game development, and they don't really The only thing that seems to be affecting it is the fact that there's one of these things I like, the other thing I don't like. And I don't think that's a good way of regulating things. And I mean, like, governments have tried. So in BC, so I do really mean that this is the last thing I'll bring up. So like BC tried one thing where they did, we want the fisheries to maximize the number of workers per fish, right? We want to maximize employment per fish. But the problem is that if you actually sit down and you take a look at the things that affect wages, that is by definition a policy that minimizes productivity. And because productivity is associated with higher wages, these were actually really terrible jobs. And even though it was a very progressive government, the NDP, the policy was eventually abandoned. So, you know, it's one of these tough things where what you want to do is you want to be again, it comes back to the thing I said before. What you want to do is you want to be able to enable the things that are useful and allow people to do the best work that they can, right? I never liked it, even though I shot film, I never liked it when people were sort of poo-pooing people who would adjust their images in Photoshop, because you can do really cool things in Photoshop and you can really make your images sing, and you don't have to use a darkroom to do that. And I do, to a certain extent, feel that this is just that argument all over again. But when the Dwarf Fortress people do it, it's innovative, and when, you know, people use a more standardized tool to do it, it's a terrible, terrible thing. I mean, it's not like, you know, Bay 12, who, as far as I can tell, are absolutely wonderful people. It's not like they are hiring tons and tons of people. You can make a very similar argument to be said that, you know, they are using a computer program to deny people all of this employment. And I think that would be a very, very bad argument. But, you know, the difference is that people really like Bay 12, justifiably so. But people don't necessarily like the word AI at this point. So it's a really, really hard one to track, but I'm clearly not going to solve it. And I probably just pissed off a whole lot of people. So, hi, Vesper. I can put up Ronald Reagan again if you really want me to show my true colors. But for those of you who are looking for someone slightly more, much more compassionate and interesting to watch, Vesper Fortune VT is a VTuber who is a bat. Also does tarot readings, I believe. But somebody who I originally found through Book of Hours, and I have a lot of fun watching his stuff. What have you been playing? You've been playing Final Fantasy XIV recently, right? We all have our different zones. Green Jasper tablet, supposedly copied from a tablet of green jasper, which serves as the covenant stone of the monastery of the Fifth Cup, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. Humankind hid itself from the glorious light in the roots of the Watchman's Tree, but for every chink we stuffed with cloth and hair we opened another, and the light crept in until we looked below into nowhere, and the eye of the mare in the tree winked red. The tablet expounds the dangers of inviting in the nowhere hour called the mare in the tree, and also of forbidding her entry since she can never be entirely be denied. Along the way, it reveals the secret of the sacrament malachite, in which the merry mare merrily spits, brewed with the rites of the roots from the Numa pear in the presence of sufficient nectar aspect. That's right, I keep forgetting about Inscription. I do remember Persona 4. For some reason, Persona 4 just feels like a very Vesper Fortune kind of game. I hope that is not insulting, because I've only heard good things about Persona. I've just never played it. But that seems to be a very good one for you. And I actually really want to play it. Well, it's just if I'm not familiar with the game, it's kind of like so like when I was reading an econ textbook when I was in university, one of the people, like, when I was like, "What are you reading?" and I'm like, "Oh, so, you know, it's an econ textbook. It's about X, Y, and Z," and then they're like, "Oh, so you must vote for," and it's like it's a Canadian, very conservative politician who, you know, without going too deeply into my political beliefs, I had positively no interest in voting for, never voted for, would prefer not to have seen them as the candidate for that particular party, let us say. Um, so, and like my own personal belief is that the, you know, the right of the political spectrum have done a wonderful con job of convincing people that econ is like exclusively their issue. But no, there is actually quite a bit of room for people on both sides of that to discuss productively. But it's just one of these things where like I think econ's cool. So I'm perfectly happy to be like, oh hey, you're into econ, you're a bit of a nerd. But when people immediately assign some sort of a value to that, that's a bit different. So I don't know, like if it turns out that Persona is entirely about like, okay, like Frostpunk, if I were to say like, oh yeah, Frostpunk is a Vesper Fortune game, it's sort of like, oh, does it mean like really in depth and interesting, or does he mean full of like suffering and child labor? Obviously only one of these are a positive association. So whenever I'm talking about a game that I'm not familiar with, I always just want to be careful and say I hope that doesn't come off as offensive, because like, I don't know, you never want to be that guy who for interest of trying to relate to people winds up insulting them instead. The Viennese conundrum. Vandriel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms. The activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the element M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. Oh, actually, I think I just found a solution for my cable trouble. Sorry, I'm almost done. Nice. Okay. I look like an absolute clown, but do suggest Persona 4 Golden, but not modded like you're playing. What do the mods do? Medusa's riddle, then, I choose to render as what is not seen. There is another riddle, one I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it, since these are in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. Stolen histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Sparrow acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, and warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars and the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between princes normally conceived as exotic knocklong and the widely feared worms. Oh, fair enough. Okay. I mean, to be honest, most of the time I play games, I tend to play them without mods, which makes for... some people think that is the most boring way to play games, but I like it. I generally think designers know what they're doing, so... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless King. So is this a case of it uncovering like material that was cut from the game, or is it more the idea that they just ultimately didn't go in that direction and the mod is sort of building in that those romance options? Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings, a true and accurate history of the Shadowless Kings by Isaac of Karth. Isaac describes the 1,000-year ascendancy of the Shadowless Empire. The first and greatest history is described herein. The Persian Empire, the sons of Achaemenes, the shadowless kings, the most glorious empire, survives the assaults of Alexander the Great and flourishes as late as the 5th century. After the fall of Rome, the shadowless empire takes Byzantium under its wing and moves east against the land of the Great River. Isaac begins to recount the invasion struggling against the unskinned armies of the hooded serpents, but ends abruptly with a series of incantations that he claims allowed the shadowless empire to persist. Mix of both, is building on cut material and fandom ideas about how the relationship would play out. That's really interesting. Like, that's the sort of thing I do kind of, I do. So there is a side of me that doesn't like, there's a certain type of rhetoric that says is like, oh, this should have been in the game. Why didn't they cut this out? You know, that we were, this was stolen from us. Like, obviously developers are allowed to make the games that they want. Sometimes these things are cut for good reason. Sounds like maybe that wasn't cut for a good reason. But I do kind of like the fact that people are able to make a determination for themselves, right? That they're able to say, okay, well, what if? It's kind of neat that modding is able to enable that. I mean, sometimes you wind up with stuff where it's like, okay, there's a really good reason this stuff was cut, but it is neat that we have the option now of actually seeing how these things turned out. The Book of Thrones, a legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from Annals at the Secret Shrine in Anatolia. Oh yeah, that is interesting. So I mean, presumably, actually, what year was that released? Because I thought that's obviously a big omission. This is one of the things I find really interesting about this, right? Is like when you have voice lines, this is committing a very large amount of money towards a particular decision. Now it's a sunk cost, so you make a decision in terms of what you think is best for the project moving forward. But I mean, 2008. I mean, that doesn't feel. Now, in fairness, I'm not exactly an expert on romance in video games. I usually just avoid them, to be honest, but it kind of feels like that's a very old-fashioned way of thinking about the world. Anyways, I'm glad that people uncovered it, or restored it, I guess might be the better way of putting it. The Book of Thrones. Actually, here's what we do. We all romance options now have to become paid DLC. This is let the market decide what the what the appropriate romance options are. Legend of the Shadowless Empire, described by Alexander Peterhans from the Annals at a Secret Shrine in Anatolia. Yeah, I know how to speak to the people and frustrate them. Legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from Annals at a Secret Shrine in Anatolia. In the first and greatest history, a subject of the Shadowless Empire of Persia travels to the west, to the kingdom of the Persids. There he becomes a protege of the tutelary Persid dynasty, the Scarred Man who lives in the dark. He returns after 7 years to put his skills at the service of the Shadowless Empire, becoming their golden general. After many years of peace, the heirs of the Persids move against the King of Kings in the Shadowless Empire. The Golden General will not take up arms against the blood of his mentor until the King of Kings whispers a great secret of betrayal in his ear. He breaks his sword, forswears his oath to both the Empire and the Scarred Man, and enters the temple behind the world, leaving his life behind. I don't really talk to this person anymore, but I was told by a reasonably successful partnered streamer, he's saying this to me, you have a particular knack for saying the most annoying collection of words for a given moment. And I think that is actually a pretty good read on my abilities. Book of True Blood. Cassius the Tommen reveals the deeds of the Unnumbered Legion, the secret army that protected Rome against the Shadowless Empire. The Legion's legate answered directly to the hour called the Tribune of Scars and was promised immortality if he died in battle. In the final part, Cassius confesses to being a former legate. He recounts his terror of the Tribune and divulges the secret lore of the Golden General, the champion of the Shadowless Empire, the enemy of the Tribune, in hope that the Tribune will one day be undone. Or someday be undone, sorry. But I like the Colonel. And the Ascendant. The edgelong Dardesh boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, than nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against the other. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Oh, that's interesting, actually. So sated the Blackbone, because Ava de Wolf is called the Blackbone. Dardesh's boasting at length turns melancholy, and Edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware, to her frustration, that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and the Colonel use to sustain the world. You're talented at annoying people would be a necessary job skill for any writer. You need to have... Okay, so I actually like that you pointed this out. This is not surprising, of course, because of your own talents. But, like, I feel that you can't be sufficiently annoying without enough empathy to understand what annoys people, right? Now, again, this is an example of using your talents for evil if you do this. So, you know, guilty is charged. But... And it would be kind of, it'd be rich to call whatever I do talent, but yeah, like the, I mean, anybody's seen any number of edgelords online, which are very boring. Like they're annoying in the sense that a mosquito is annoying, not in a like, I died a little inside after hearing that kind of annoying. Okay, back to work. So we're gonna do some fixing and mending. Not like we need the money. We're gonna read up. After all of my talking, hopefully I remember what books we were on. As an aside, again, we have, it has been a while since we've been doing some of these things, so if anybody has any questions or wants to know some details about what I'm talking about, I'm happy to try and fill you in. But right now, I'm focused on going through my library while I'm waiting for Numa. I think we covered all of these. Oh, actually, here's a question for this is I'll give this for everyone. We were talking, so I'll give people two options. So we were talking about how I really like Erica Payan, and I feel like I summoned Vesper Fortune by mentioning that he was fond of Vac. But for anyone who wishes to mention or otherwise take their place in the pantheon of language enjoyers, I'm happy to hear what everyone's favorite languages are. But on top of that, I would also be interested in hearing if people have any favorite books. Franklin Bancroft Diaries is one for me. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviots would definitely be one. I do actually feel a bit... I feel quite attached to The Humors of a Gentleman from Cultist Simulator. Voyages of Furnish and Oriel is still not available to us because that's Fusine. So I guess we move to The Sky, the Soul, The Grand Labor of Kal. Okay, how the end will begin. It's a cheery little bathroom reading. Vac would be played by Divine. That is... man. I'm never going to be able to get that out of my head now. The amalgam of red rose. I guess it's appropriate. I'm using 4G stuff for that. Yeah, we'll do more Arab. I feel like I've got wrapped in the king committed to memory just because of the number of earth signs that I've been generating, but I'm committed to rereading the library, so we don't make exceptions for that. Yeah, that's the thing. It's what has been seen cannot be unseen. I guess now we got to see if John Waters is available to direct the Secret Histories. It'll be a mini-series, Netflix mini-series, or maybe Netflix Hulu co-production. Secret Histories cannot be contained. Actually, no, here's the best thing. You get 5 streaming services together, and each of them do a different history. Actually, that would be a fun way for them to do something like that. You get, for each history, you have a different team putting together their own distinct... Although, I suppose some of the fun is trying to work out what happens in each history. So, like, there's... Okay, I understand why people don't like this convention, but I feel like I need to defend it. So there's a common thing for people to say that they hate the fact that Mexico is always brown in shows. And that actually has, I believe, its origins in the Steven Soderbergh movie Traffic. And Traffic is actually very well done in that regard because it tells 3 interconnected stories. So the DC story, basically, there's a few visual techniques that are used. So the Mexico filter is a tobacco filter that they put on when it's in Mexico. The DC stories were basically, they didn't color correct the daylight, so everything's sort of blue. And then sort of the story with Catherine Zeta-Jones as the wife of the drug kingpin, that was sort of flashed. So, you know, the shadows are sort of lifted up and things like that. So the effort here is not to make like Mexico look like it's, you know, dry and dusty, as is commonly used today. What it is intended to be is this immediate visual shorthand for you to know which of these 3 internet connected stories you are in. I think it's a very powerful technique. It works very well. And it works so well that everybody's adopting it now. And of course, as Vesper points out, now it's the Mexico filter. And the challenge is that, you know, to me, there are other ways to visually represent that you are in Mexico. The purpose for that filter is usually not there for a lot of shows. For some it is. You know, I'm not gonna like wholesale condemn that technique, but I feel to a certain extent because, you know, I actually think what Traffic did was very good, right? I feel a little bad for it that it is now kind of, I imagine if people were to watch it today, they would like roll their eyes at the use of it, but I actually think it serves of an important purpose. And I mean, again, it's not like it's just that country that's represented that way, right? You know, I also don't think Washington is blue, you know. But the thing is like blue Washington did not become the visual convention that is now, you know, that is now used, whereas the tobacco I don't know if they use the tobacco filter for Mexico in all the shows or if they just try and do some sort of sepia tone, but yeah, like I understand why people are annoyed by it, but I also kind of want to defend its origin because its origin was actually a very good cinematic technique, which I kind of wish more movies would take the time to think about. And the reason why Yeah. Um, the the So the reason why I bring that up is that if you so there's this interesting idea of doing each of the five histories with different teams that are not necessarily aware or trying to get some sort of visual or maybe even tonal consistency between. I mean, at some point you have to have some consistency because there are five histories in which similar events are occurring. But again, because some of the fun of the secret history setting is that you do sort of need to figure out what happened when and the implications of certain things to create that visual grammar that allows you to identify what story you're in right away might actually defeat the purpose. So. And the Astorium is in South America, so obviously we need to use the tobacco filter for that. I think it's in South America. I'm reasonably certain the Astorium is in South America. I could have sped things up. I'll make sure to do that for next time, but right now the aim is to make the money, get through the books. It's our last day before crossing over to the seasons. Now again, it's not Uber. You can't just order up you just can't order up Numa as takeout, so I don't know what to expect. Oh my god, we got another pound note after all of that. It's not clear how this interaction works, but I'm hoping that we get Numa because there's just so much to do. The Ivory Book, a manual of the Ordo Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limea in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. And for those of you who... This is the same group we were talking about in terms of solutions for not making babies. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the ivory chain, not to have commerce with the hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of dead long are not given to the hours. The hour called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that hour we have made an understanding. Okay, now that gets me my Fusine back, so I'm going to pick that up right away. And I can fill in the gap on Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel. The Sky, the Soul, the grand labor of Cal, the ascetic poet writing at the court of the shadowless kings. Cal's verses are brief, obscure, and often dominated by images of violence. A star is a pinprick, but the sun is a wound. It's always possible to be deader, Cal states. The watchman goes before, none but 7 may go after. Yet surely we are born to the glory as the sparks fly upward. I guess we're on to Keys of Night. It's possible to be better was one of your. Oh, I couldn't remember if this was one in Cultist. It is starting to blend together a little bit for me. Which ones are Book of Hours only, and which ones are from Cultist Simulator. As the sun his course, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, king of kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering he retires to his tent to consider masters of strength and matters of mastery. At dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces the sun has his course, upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal. 4 Joel opines. Without betrayal, there would be an end to war. Do you have a preference between the 2 edge hours of the Chorality, Vesper Fortune? Are you on Team Colonel, Team Lionsmith? Do you want have nothing to do with these terrible edge people? Put in a cheeky little wolf divided just to throw me off. How the End Will Begin, a prophecy of the Wars of the Roads recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. In the foretold war, the children of the Leashed Flame march on the cities of the continent, but the enactors of Solar Law and the Triple Sisterhood join forces to hold them back at tremendous cost. In that final battle, the imperishable legions of the Leashed Flame, in that final battle between the imperishable legions and the Leashed Flame, the legions will perish and the flame will be unleashed. Okay, I was imagined Lionsmith. Or I suppose, as we say, hammer time. The Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by the Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, who also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately lead to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. The generals of the House of Lancaster and York are described as brother enemies, a term more usually associated with the dyadic, invariably twinned Edgelong. The author's conclusion is that the absence of the operations of the Dawn Road, the operations of Sunset... Sorry, I want to read this again, because the funny thing is, I've actually been thinking more and more about the MC Hammer relation to the Secret Histories, and I made the following conclusion. You would think with the name MC Hammer and the words Hammer Time would be representation of the Lionsmith. However, consider the lyrics. You can't touch this because we know that the Colonel cannot be wounded. So perhaps it is actually a work of great heart with its beat and its dance describing the Chorality. It uses the terms of the Lionsmith, but actually describes the Colonel. Oh, don't worry, it's entirely possible for Ariana Grande to exist in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, so here we go. The other pop references that... So this is a favorite side goal of mine. I have seen there's an anime... Okay, if anybody wants to see the link to this animation, if you are familiar with the Secret Histories, there is this Canadian animation of the cat came back, which 100% can be interpreted as a significant work of the occult in this setting. Because you have everything from, like, journeys into the wood and travels into nowhere and ascensions to the glory all through this conflict. And, like, there's a 100% clearly not intended because it's decades before Cult of Simulator was ever met. But once you have the eyes to see, like, you cannot escape the Secret Histories references that are present inside of it, or like the imposed the Secret Histories interpretation is probably what I intend. So then I've been thinking about other ones. It's like, well, Whiplash is obviously, it's a story about an edge dyad that ends with a great work of heart. And the thing about that film is it ends abruptly, and this is due to the deleted footage, which is kept in a vault, kind of like at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. And this is because the drum ruptures at the end of the great work of Heart, which summons a percussagant, killing everyone involved, including the crew. And so in order to sort of protect their investment, the creators of the film essentially just cut it the moments before the great mistake happens, and we have the film as we experience. But again, a work of Edge culminating in a tremendous Heart ritual. And then the Taylor Swift song "Antihero" obviously has many solar references, and is clearly the work of an initiate. Obviously, the implication is that Taylor Swift is a no. The Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favor. Actually, in case anybody doesn't know the lyrics, actually, y'all can look it up on your own. Taylor Swift does not require any more promotion. I'm pretty sure everybody is familiar with her music. An account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. I need to read Percy Jackson now, because I think you're the third or fourth person in the channel who's referred to it, actually. The generals of the House of Lancaster and York are described as brother enemies, a term more usually associated with the dyadic invariably twinned Edgelong. The author's conclusion is that in the absence of the operations of the Dawn Road, the operations of Sunset inevitably become unbalanced, debased, and ultimately enfeebled. The combination of the two is described tantalizingly as the Forge's true alloy. I would have imagined that she was a strong Grail initiate, but I am intrigued by this. I am intrigued by this possibility. You're suggesting perhaps, maybe she has associations with gods from nowhere. The world does not weep. Brown Joshua found this in a well in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus. The unknown adept who wrote this proclaims the world forgets, but the ivory dove does not. The text contains a number of prescriptions for ensuring that certain acts are remembered, including a rite which requires a sacrifice in a particularly monstrous mode. The Hours tried to bury the memory of what happened to the wheel, the flint, the tide, and the seven coiled, but the dove won't permit it. Nor will he permit what happened to the first egg to be forgotten, although it is perhaps the one thing that the watchman might ever forgive. Well, we have the Rising Spider is a Nowhere Hour, so there's your ascent. Mother Monster seems like, oh man, yeah, that would be very Lionsmith, the creation of monsters. But then I think there's discussions with Echidna about the creation of monsters. So is Lady Gaga possibly one of the Alukites? Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and the skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. A catalogue of uncharted pleasures, the Dark Gentleman is the often and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Why is it often copied? Some pleasures, the formula voluptuous attest, are so intense they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. This is probably talking about fondue. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment. It is fondue. So the first forbidden acts of the forge birthed sparks of delight, which took root in the glory or in nowhere, who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfulfilled ache. I knew you'd be happy to see the reference to the formula voluptuous. Okay, on to Codex Cephali. And the Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah. Oh, by the way, if you're interested in this book, Vesper, this is the priest legacy, basically. The Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and Knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. Imagine just having people go to your house and they go, would you like to hear about the formula voluptuous? So I imagine what I would be dealing with then is a couple of Cyprians who are probably about to abduct me for use in a ritual, but I wouldn't mind too much, apparently. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. All right. We are ready to go, I think. I know I'm making slower progress than usual, and I think I'm sort of paying the concurrent viewership for it, but I am enjoying going through these books again, and I hope people are getting something out of the readings. There's always something new to learn in the game. For instance, I really do, once I'm done with the books, if we have other things to investigate, I actually really do want to follow up on this Harry's and Van Loren business. Better now. The Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel. Oh. Where are we? Voyages Furnishing of Oriel. The impossible travels of a sea captain of the late Phoenician era, suppressed throughout recorded history. Those who read it were said to disappear. Furnishing clearly visited the Mansus, sailing the length of the Painted River. He also claims to have traversed a sea of finest sand, and to have dared the blazing waves of the sun's surface, and to have descended into an underworld ocean lit by lamps of black nephrite. Furnishing's final voyage is to retirement on a peaceful island across an evening sea, where he identifies a spring whose waters will keep him safe. I will be forgotten, he declares, and this work my only trace. Should have brought the table up before I did that. An Exorcist's Feel Manual. Keys of Night. I guess this is the first. Key of Night, the deliberations leading to a manifesto of the Worms of a Scale, as recorded around 1900 in the bar Vienna, in the cellar of the Hotel Ciervo in Noon. The Worms, all of whom make grandiose nom de guerre like Citizen Knife and the Midnight Pilgrim, agree that all previous iterations of their movement have been feckless and treacherous, and agree that the return of the pre-human hours, the gods from stone, is the true way to end the tyranny of eternity. I'm paying attention now. The return of the gods from stone is something I do not want to see. The Worms identify the wheel, the tide, the flint, Sulochana, the spider door, the excellency Nathobasis, and the wicked inextinguishable as the 7 necessary pentiments that must be returned to every history through the propaganda of the deed. This is an eccentric list and clearly a compromise. The process of thrashing it out clearly exhausts all the participants who don't specify the necessary deed beyond vague reference to the loopholes. I don't want to go too far into material that people would like to find out for their own, but the return of the gods from stone is something you can learn more about in this game, let's say. Deratio Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as An Account of the Oaks. This is by Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus spicata, the yew, is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There, they had long understood the Grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This is not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of power Ugal can be brewed through the rites of the woods with the assistance of the aspect nectar. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Haddington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly, he points out, there are only 6 primary aspects, as honeycomb has only 6 angles. Yugong Link is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinchuck Mead, and only Skinchuck Mead requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved by the presence of bees, even those bloody blomberendi. I was always surprised that honey produces contradiction, or the honey guide produces contradiction, but I'm surprised by a lot of things, so that's maybe not news. De motu corporum veritorum. The author rejoices in the name of Abelard Hubris, and the title might be translated as On the Forbidden Motions of Bodies, evidently a reference to Newton's De motu corporum, published some 20 years previously. Hubris's thesis, the stars, planets, and other bodies are the proxies or even the essences of the hours, and that conjunctions and occlusions reveal the outcome of our intrigues in the Mansus. Hubris declares that the great comet of 1577 was the physical embodiment of the hour named Madrugad, that it disintegrated, but its fragments gravitate to bone marrow, where they can be located even now. He insists that aronoscopic techniques can be used with essential periost and sufficient sky to create a talisman centrifugic, which I believe we found out was the year tally? I actually don't remember that one. And the Mallory is a rather appropriate one for metal and Westcott's desk. Okay. The other eye of the serpent, in which the Hesiarch Signifer attempts to resolve certain mysteries of lightning. Signifer considers lightning to be the division, the connection, the joined serpent. The serpent's eye is said to be the sun, but as the division and connection, it must have a second eye. Signifer considers and rejects 3 times the hypothesis that the moon is the serpent's other eye, insisting that it and the sun do not share in nature. This, as much as the serpent business, is what got him burnt by the church. He proposes that the serpent's teeth are towers, that the serpent's mouth is a gate, that the serpent is a devourer of yeasts, and therefore that the serpent's other eye is amber. Forgetting Nona's desk. Book of Cinders? Yeah, the Book of Cinders. Ostensibly an 18th century fireworks manual, but with some exotic ingredient choices and a substantial section on tephromancy, divination from ashes. The text takes as its theme the motto of the Society of Noble Endeavor, Aliter Properis Ignis Ceneribus. A fire by its own ashes is nourished, and uses this as a way into discussions of alchemical techniques. Surprisingly casual final section mentions that iotic essence, the root of the great and exalted ink orpamental, can be refined with enough forge from a variety of liquids. Oh, I think I said I was going to show you what Thirza Blake looks like best. Was I right on that? I think yesterday I said I owed you the image of Thirza Blake, Vesper. Or am I misremembering that? Whatever 100... I've made this joke too many times. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 3, 6. How are you doing? Very good to see you again. Codex Acephali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Skull. The book contains an account of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of the lobes of the brain. It becomes clear that the process described are mostly allegorical or metaphorical descriptions of winter techniques for less revolting occult work. Even the metaphors are pretty horrible, though. The author explains adaptations of these techniques with sufficient winter aspect to harvest a mysterious substance described as the rags of the final bone from the remnants of almost any animal. That kind of tells us the same thing we got from, De motu corporum veritorum. Not that duplication doesn't mind. Can't stay long. Just wanted to quickly stop by. I appreciate it nonetheless. I know I've committed a bunch more elements of the soul to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I am somewhat concerned that the fact that the game is sort of going over, or like in my game, I'm kind of going over a lot of books that I've read yet, and I'm sort of waiting for Numa, that this is causing people to maybe tune out, which is completely fair, right? Like I know I play somewhat slowly, so I do appreciate it even when people just kind of stop by and say hi, because it's just, I don't know, it's nice to be acknowledged. But I also don't take attendance, so I'm not gonna feel hard done by if people have other stuff that they want to move on to. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Eldresh, thank you very much for hanging out too. It was a pleasure to have you in last night. I know you're a new follower to the channel. So this is my main playthrough. This is the one that I will almost certainly be getting my first victory on. Oh, bless your heart. Here's some bits to make up for the fact you can't stay too long. If guilt is a good way to enrich myself, I will gladly take it. But I'm not just being nice when I say I'm not just being nice when I say I don't take attendance and stuff like that, right? I don't make a living doing this. I probably will never make a living doing this, and I'm changing jobs at the end of the month. All good news, so no worries there. But I'm doing okay, right? I have an education. I'm stably employed. I was working through COVID. Like I'm doing okay. So this does allow me to afford to be boring and have a small viewership. But it is actually really nice. I will say that the bits, the donations, the subs actually really do help me cover my costs, because I definitely made quite a bit more before the affiliate thing came in. And what I did was I did upgrade my internet package to have a more stable high bitrate. And I noticed that I've dipped into the negative for most months. So when people do that, I actually really appreciate that. So that is not a call for more of them, but it is something that I want to thank when people do it. Because like I said, nobody owes me their view, and I appreciate it when people do hang out. And of course, other forms of support are also appreciated. So thank you very much for that, whatever. But please never feel obligated to hang out or to give the bits. That said, no refunds. The Debate of Seven Cups, Distillations of Spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. Time is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. I'm glad you took that in the spirit in which I said it. It just occurred to me that it's the internet, right? You never know when people are going to take that the right way or not. So for those of you, I feel that this is not a deep secret for people, but there's a quote from Thomas Browne on Lantern. So this is the other reference to Thomas Browne. You see, life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. And then Thomas Browne's reflection, time is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Darkness and light divide the course of time, and until that course is run, eternity remains history's bedfellow. Sorrow, then, is sense's final solvent, and even a tear, should it fall now, might destroy a stone. Get out of there. Short one slot, so Count of Kanishka the Spider's Door is gonna make me move our friend. It's the sprinkler version. Okay, we can afford to speed it up a little. I keep forgetting to do that, but... Oh, shame on me. I forgot to put the Mandaic in. Deep Mandaic. So don't have that much more in the day, and I think that will move us on to summer. And again, if we're lucky, into Numa. The day is done. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. All right, back into our readings. We should have time for 2 more batches of reading. All right. We've got an Exorcist Field Manual, a practical guide to the troublesome dead, grounded in theory, but with a clear focus on... Sorry, before I go any further. Here is Thyrza Blake. This bust is carved from malachite. Exactly how you imagined her, no doubt. The song of your people. I don't know if there's... I'm assuming there's copyright things, otherwise I would play the Numa song. Yes. Thyrza Blake is by far the most memorable of the librarians. Yeah, well, just read the books. Just read the books with her, and you will confirm the hypothesis. An Exorcist Field Manual, a practical guide to the troublesome dead, grounded in theory, but with a clear focus on their disposal by the redoubtable detective Austieri Wheellock of the Suppression Bureau. The dead usually avoid light as the most immediate manifestation of eternity, which has no place for death. However, those dead uplifted by gold, that is to say touched by an actinic theoplasma, happily bod about in daylight and are perhaps strongest at noon. If you are dead but uplifted by green, that's the ring-use blessing. The crown growth offers a similar but nastier benefit. This is how burgeoning risen come about, but there are different degrees of sentience and freedom depending on which growths are involved. The consciousness of one uplifted by green is always greatly altered, though, and they never really seem like the same person. They may have dregs of their original souls, but these are often replaced by something else. The upshot, invariably, is that they need to be set firmly on fire. Okay, Kanishk at the spider's door. What do I have to put in there? Whist. She looks like one of those crazy side mentor characters. So now we're getting even more. Does Thyrza Blake get played by Tilda Swinton in the imaginary Secret Histories motion picture? On what is contained by silver, a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. Pomander engages in a considerable and pedantic discussion about the particular mirror alloys that attract particular danger from particular entities. This is less useful, of course, in an era where most mirrors are silvered glass. The virgins, maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. Right, we ascend to the nave. Oh, I don't have my vac. Michael Clayton, she played the, I don't remember if she was chief legal counsel or one of the assistants. I think she's chief legal counsel for the company. She played the White Witch in the Chronicles of Narnia. Obviously the new one. She was the woman that that Benjamin Button has sort of an affair with in the Curious Case of Benjamin Button. So she like tells him he needs to let his tea steep, and like he's like, we just like it hot. I think she was, I don't know if they ever married, but I think she had some sort of partnership with John Byrne, but that he's probably more obscure than she is, so that doesn't help. Why am I trying? She was also in Burn After Reading, which I feel is... Oh, sorry. You were thinking it was a different actress. Sorry. My apologies. Oh, fair enough. I'm gonna need more than the skin color to know who the actress is. Um, yeah, my apologies. I thought when you were talking about thinking of the actress, I was trying to think. I thought it was wondering who it was. My apologies. The Book of Dissolution. Alexander Probst recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on rock. The book consists mostly of prayers to the unburnt god, the Forge of Days, which consumes and transforms. It suggests the Forge's power arises partly from its nature and partly from its tools. The book describes an earlier House of the Sun, whose doors and ways were different. It praises the Forge of Days for opening the ways into the house and for transforming that which was to that which is, despite the screams of stone. The stones had it coming. Right, we're waiting on the VAC before I cycle things through. In the Mallory, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. Lively, yes, but also entirely nonsense. Pearl, the tease of the forgotten moon, caught by the lionsmith in his net. Ruby, the blood of the first bird, sung by the lionsmith's hammer. We already know what the song is. The author is terribly misinformed of the nature of the hours, or one begins to suspect intentionally throwing up a smokescreen to confuse seekers of the invisible arts. But there are some useful crumbs of fact to be picked out of the daft and gaping cracks. So I feel like this is the book I would write in the setting. Although the smokescreen would be less intentional and more just me being incompetent. The Victory of Crowns, erotic accounts by Aaron of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy assassins, published in the late 19th century. The assassins are, according to Aaron, the agents of a power called the Coronal, a soldier of the secret masters. The accounts date back to Roman times. Aaron's scholarship is dubious, but she, writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Hours don't dream. Long, try not to. On imperfections. Oh, this got arranged the wrong way. Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lantern Long describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. Lantern Long lack bodies, and so cannot normally leave the mantis, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the order of Long called the Obliviates refer to it as scrining, which he considers a debased term. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lantern Long can affect the senses and thoughts of those nearby, that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ the senses of those inhabited to experience again the scent of blossom and season. This seems to be what interests him the most. He insists that a Lantern Long should only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. In 1782, Émile Verdier used this text as the basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the morning following without trial. In the days of the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the mantis like vermin. One learnt the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. Through the black, the yellow, the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg unhatching and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. Oop, I forgot the Larkabine Codex. That's why everything seemed to be in a weird position. Christopher Larkabus claimed to have purchased two handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. No problem, Vesper. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I look forward to... I feel it's been a little while since I've been in your stream, so I hope I get a chance to stop by, but best of luck whatever you choose. I'm assuming it will be Persona, but I know you are a man of many games. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so they found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansis through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with the condemnation of the Red Grail, of the Grail. Wait, sorry, it's not commendation. No, condemnation. Where they entered the Mansis through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, Codex ends with condemnation of the Grail. Yes, nevertheless makes sense when it's condemnation, not commendation. Once again, words fail your humble host. The Book of the Centipede. In the 1860s, when Madame Yi presented an entertainment based, she claimed, on this work. The centipede always found her way into the dark places. When she was punished for it, she reacted badly in the Mansis as in Maya. The river runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. The Painted River runs the other way. One is barred to the centipede now, but she finds her way back in, sometimes. All right, so I didn't queue up the remaining slots because I needed to get my VAC back. Charles Olmsted, good to see you. I hope you are doing well tonight. Well, tonight for me, obviously. I know it's a global audience, so it is decidedly not tonight for most people who watch. I think probably Wistvet's here. So this is the last batch of books. I think I am going to take some time looking at the busts, and if I can, I'd like to dig in a little bit more about Harry's and Van Loren. But again, a lot of this is a holding pattern for Numa, so I don't. If I have to abandon that plan, I'm not going to kick up a fuss. Good. Yeah, I'm doing all right. It's a bit of a weird day today, if I'm completely honest, but it's not. Excuse me. Gonna have some water. I've been doing my best to try and wrap up everything at my job before I move on to the other one. Like, obviously, when you know you're leaving a place, there's a certain amount of slack that people give you, and you're sort of like, screw it, I don't care. It's not a big not a big deal, but I like the people who are inheriting all the work that I'm doing. And I don't want to sound full of myself, but I do know that for a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, I do count as indispensable right now. And part of what I am working on is to make it so that I am not indispensable, so that a normal human being who has not been living with a bunch of this stuff for a long time has a reasonable chance of grasping and managing it. So, you know, it's definitely one of those, like, put one foot in front of the other kinds of jobs. Like, you just need to trust the process and that you'll get to where you want. But I am looking at that, that looming deadline and feeling a little nervous in terms of my ability to get everything done on time. But it'll be fine. I'm generally quite conservative in terms of just figuring what I need to to get done. So the caution is just that, caution. You've been working on an Obsidian MD notebook to keep track of notes and stuff. Yeah, a lot of people recommend Obsidian MD. I used to do a spreadsheet, and then I've got 2 or 3 notebooks of like physical note, not full notebooks, just I've kept them in different places. And then I have some digital notes. But I do want to come up with a slightly better note-keeping system than what I have right now. And how do I feel about my new job? I am very, very excited to start it. And it seems like a very good fit, and people who are not just interested in me, but like specifically interested in things I like doing and I think I can bring some added value with. But there is also the worry, you know, it is in my view, a better job in every way. But because I don't really like half doing a job, as sort of evidenced by the way I'm leaving the current one, there is a lot of nerves over it as well. Just because, you know, again, like it's something unknown. It's always more comfortable to stay in something, even if it's unpleasant, than it is to sort of move on. And you know, like I just have this natural feeling of like, what if I suck? But I, you know, if I am more, if I'm not like getting in one of my moods, it should be just pure excitement on my part at this point. Well, it's a mix of things, Charles Olmsted. So there's some stuff which I just know from repetition through playing Cultist Simulator and now this game a lot. And I like taking notes because that was how I played Cultist Simulator. And like, it's just one of these things. Sometimes it's just fun to kind of figure out how the world works. There are other note key, like the whole network article was a product of me thinking of different ways to sort of engage with the game and, you know, work through some of the ideas, and to do so digitally. I wasn't aware of Obsidian at the time. I'll probably give it a try, but I have a couple of other things that I can sort of use for, you know, for looking at details, or like making connections between different items. But in the end, like what all of this should be doing is just being a way to engage with a very interesting game in a, you know, a pretty unique world. And, you know, the role-playing element definitely comes in the sense that, you know, you're someone studying these subjects, right? You know, if you were to be studying for university, chances are you'd be taking some notes and working out the connections for yourself. And it's just to me, it's a rewarding way of getting a little bit deeper with the world. Yeah, so the spreadsheets for me was really for things that work in the tabular format. So I was really using the spreadsheets for the books and the memories that they would produce. Obviously in my YouTube, well, not obviously if you don't watch it, but like in my YouTube playthrough, I shelve things according to memory. That was before the notes came in, but the notes are also very helpful in that regard. The physical paper is definitely something where, you know, I like being able to sort of do something that's not always linear, right? You can draw notes, you can tear off, you can scratch out things on physical paper. And the other thing is that this notebook isn't really, available anymore, so I kind of feel bad mentioning it. But Weather Factory, for that very first Steam stream that I did for them, they actually, completely unexpectedly, I got this fascinating pink package in the mail, and it was a Cultist Simulator notebook, and I loved it. I was really trying to find something special to use it for. And of course, Book of Hours coming out is exactly the sort of thing that's a special occasion to use it for. So that's another thing that I'm keeping notes in. And there's just something really fun about jotting down notes as you play. So I know it makes for some moments of silence where I'm like writing stuff down, but it is actually really fun to see just, you know, some of them is obviously I'm very excited when I'm writing things down, and you can sort of see the confusion as like the pen sort of drifts off and goes over, and it winds up, the physical notes wind up becoming a story on their own, which I think is a neat little feature. And yeah, I agree, whatever. Like I try to acknowledge the feeling while also not using it to well, not like I try where I can not to let that drive me to do things that are not necessarily in my favor, because I do have a tendency to do that. I will stay in very uncomfortable situations because of uncertainty. So. Thank you, Charles. Yeah, I do what I can. I know I am going to have to be learning a lot at the new job, but that is part of the appeal, right? Like, I feel you want to go to, if you can, you want to go to a place that will leave you, like, doing your best, and like specifically, like, you don't. The thing I'm trying not to say here is, like, you don't want to go in completely ignorant of the subject, because, like, obviously that's a bad way to learn. But, like, when you're in an environment which will force you to, do better because your coworkers are better, and also to force you to learn new things and to raise your skills, I think that can be a very happy place to work. And so I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah, see, I never really got to play Myst or anything like that. I'm sure it's available on, like, GOG or something like that. But it is physical note-taking is something that I admire in games, and I realize is hard to do sort of today. But I definitely feel that it's worth it when people can pull it off. Because I know, like, some of the old Grand Theft Auto games, I think, had, like, a physical map, didn't they? I'm pretty sure I have at least a digital copy of Grand Theft Auto that, like, says, comes with the map. I think it actually is a Steam version now that I think of it. Yeah, see, that's something, like, it's hard to condemn something like Grand Theft Auto 5, which I think is great. Like, it's hard to condemn it for not having a physical map or something like that, because, like, what do you do in that game? Well, you're always on your phone. You actually wind up using your phone in Grand Theft Auto 5 the way that you tend to use it in the real world, which I think is kind of interesting. So, everybody has, like, some form of satellite navigation or like, the idea of knowing the layout of a city that you're in without consulting a paper map. Like, that is it's probably more unusual to use a paper map nowadays. So I'm not going to complain that, Grand Theft Auto is doing it differently. But that said, there is something kind of neat about, having something that you interact with. I totally forgot to read the title of this book, by the way. I think I kind of remember it. It's the Locke Cowley book, but yeah, it's just, there are nice little ways. Actually, you know what? There's a company that does this really well, Zachtronics. So, like, for what was it? They're all hacking ones, but, like, overtly hacker ones. Exapunks, which I really, really liked. Exapunks didn't just have a zine that you could print out, but I believe they actually did, like, physical versions of that you could buy. And I think there's something kind of neat about that, because for that, like, the zine sort of explains how you do stuff in the game. And so that's a nice little way of adding something a bit extra into the, into the game, into the world. I didn't even read the title, good God. But again, like, not every game can do it. The other way around is sort of around the time that I guess, like, Rock Band, and I think there was, like, a physical Tony Hawk game. Like, there seemed to be an era of gaming where the entire enterprise was, like, putting as much plastic crap as possible in your apartment. So there's limits in terms of, like, the physical interactions. But I feel like Book of Hours is the sort of game where you want to take notes, and there can be some fun with the physical notes. Keeping in mind that you do occasionally hear, it's like, oh, wait a minute, I got this here somewhere. Oh no, I know it's in this one. No, I went too far. Oh, it's over here. Like, you have that problem occasionally, but I don't know. I think it's worth it. All right, the account of Kanishk at the spider's door. Loch Cowley, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Loch Cowley the vessel of his appetites, promising Loch that they would descend together. At the spider's door, he betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to it happen and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Loch Cowley remains to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. Yeah, I gotta look at some of the GTA stuff that I have. I feel like I've got a map of some kind. It might even just be something that I took off of a Reddit somewhere, but I should take a look at it because it's been a very long time since I've even looked at the. So I noticed that the Grand Theft Auto on Steam is not available for purchase, but if you owned it previously, you can still install it. So I'm kind of interested in seeing. What supplemental stuff came from it, because it's a little bit about I mean, again, the Grand Theft Auto 5 creates its world by having an absolutely massive team and a budget presumably over $100 million. But Grand Theft Auto is a much smaller game by the company that made Lemmings, so, you know, its ability to create a world through the advertising and such is really interesting. At the end of this, when I want to quickly find books with, for example, Moth Mysteries level 10 or greater, I could just click a button, or I could query the books that mention specific people. Oh, you mean using the Obsidian setup that you've got? On the Matter and Deeds of Serpents, this was probably the Prophecies of the Naga, rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. The serpent folk, called the Great Hooded Princes, came to know the order called the House of Leith and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the mother of ants, whose children they had been. Okay, cool. Yeah, I really do need to try Obsidian, because I've seen a number of people recommend it, and I actually only ever heard about it in the context of Book of Hours. So it's not just that it seems to be very popular, but it seems to be popular specifically for this game. I'm also just out of the loop, so I know Obsidian has been around before Book of Hours, but it's really where it came on the radar for me. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped or will escape from the Fifth History, where they had died or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. So I'm going to clear out the desks just because of the language stuff, and then we'll move on from there. Right. The Book of the Extinguished Heart. In the days of the Shadowless Kings, Ennis Lasley was executed for prophesying the division of the sun. If any of his captors grew long, they probably feel rather abashed now. Lasley indicates that the sun will be divided in the Mallory by the Forge of Days, armed with love in her heart. This is the thing I was mistaken about. So I was like, the Concursum, isn't that where the sun was divided? But like the Concursum isn't the Mallory, so it's close. But love will not be the cause of the sun's death, but rather envy. Envy will not be the cause of the sun's death, but rather thirst. Thirst shall not be the cause of his death, but curiosity. Curiosity shall not be his end. Rather, it will be love. The true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries reproduced by one Riley Gressiff from supposedly a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes a reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. This is very obviously not an antique text. At the very least, it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors, to the human body, with its many portals. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has been considered a rent or an abrasion, but in some respects it is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured point of entry. Discussions of the doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through those doors, although key incantations are missing. You got into it originally to take notes for Return of the Obra Dinn. That's great. I've played a little bit of Return of the Obra Dinn, and I was very intrigued. But it's one of those ones where I was sort of like, some games I sort of nibble away at, and I think that's fine, but I think a game like Obra Dinn, you probably want to be focusing on what's going on. Because I think the whole idea of it basically is you're sort of an insurance agent figuring out what happened to the Obra Dinn. And I did get to a moment where there's clearly something that would be considered supernatural going on. I always thought from the ads that it was kind of coy about it, but I'm like, oh dang, they're really going for it. So I was like, okay, I really want to see where this is going, but I don't have the time and the focus. So that is one I really want to try. Well, try to the finish. A novel method for invocation and contrition, ingenious and rather beautiful techniques for entreating the names of the hours, developed by Roy Morrow, who styled himself the Sage Knight. The techniques rely on the unique qualities of the Arecapean tongue. Morrow professes himself surprised that they serve better to entreat the names of the vagabond than the names of lantern or winter hours. Morrow demonstrates that polyminal meter techniques can be used with sufficient rows to invoke the vagabond's names, transforming an enduring reflection into something wider of sky. I'm overdone, to quote the achievement. That's great. I actually really wanted them to make a sequel called Return of the Obra Dinn. What I will do, though, is I'm almost certainly going to stream it, and so I figure that I could do Return of the Obra Dinn for the first one, and then for the second stream, Return of the Obra Dinn. That's my backup. Unhatched hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Menascate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigal to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Menascate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of reflections more puzzlingly celebrates the Menascate as the sister of Janus, mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. For those of you from here yesterday, obviously I have declined to correctly pronounce Janus. It's just easier for me to... Yeah, I don't... So my whole thing on spoiler... I do tend to think that spoiler culture's kind of gone nuts. And to a certain extent that the whole spoiling thing can often just be a way of someone making the conversation about them in a very annoying way. Because personally, what I have tended to find is that I can have perfectly reasonable conversations about, film and literature, which doesn't go into anything that will ruin the experience. But inevitably, the mere hint of a discussion about something that someone hasn't seen, and you're going to have to deal with, 5 or 10 minutes of negotiating the terms under which you can have a conversation with a friend. Obviously, the friend you're having the conversation with, not the person who's eavesdropping and doesn't want to be spoiled on something. But with that in mind, there's clearly a bunch of people who just want to go around and, tell people what to do or to, ruin the experience for people. And those are awful people. But my usual view is that, look, I want to enjoy this thing. It has been a while since the game has come out, so I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole of discussing the game or looking up details about it, because I'm sure at a certain point people wanting to have a substantive discussion about, the game are going to want to talk about specific moments in it that have nothing to do with whether or not I've gone through. But the biggest thing here is I largely see that as being like my problem, right? The longer I wait, the more likely it is that I'm going to see something I shouldn't. But on the other hand, I'm also not exposing myself to, other than this conversation, I suspect you're all, going to respectfully let me enjoy that game for myself. I, for the most part, don't really talk about it that much. So I find it hard to believe that, I don't know, some asteroid, is going to have a major plot point of Return of the Obra Dinn carved into it, and it will land right in front of, like, right in the yard. I'm in a half basement apartment, so when I look outside the window in shock, I'm gonna have the terrible spoiler looking at me like the color out of space, and that'll be the worst day of my life. So maybe I should play Obra Dinn just to get it out of the way. But yeah, whatever. I'm pretty much where you are on that. Like, I think if people are completely honest with themselves, they know full well what constitutes something that is going to ruin the experience and doesn't. And I actually think we have a completely functional system that does not involve people running around, stopping up their ears, telling people what they can and can't talk about. I find that incredibly annoying. But because I prefer a world in which more people are happy than unhappy, I tend to take a light touch, while also, when having discussions like this, acknowledging that, as you say, the journey is the point, right? There are some movies which have nothing but their twist, and so because it's a bad movie, the spoiler kind of wrecks it. And then there are movies which do have really good twists that you can watch over and over again, and they get better, even though you know where it's always going. And I mean, obviously I like classical stuff, right? So it's not like people didn't know what was going to happen to Troy. It's not like people didn't know how the myths ended. The take on them, though, was the thing that mattered. So, surprise, Oedipus is fine. It all worked out. Yeah, like the thing for me, Eldresh, is I suspect the like it's like Cultist Simulator, right? So I try not to like I do probably sound a little bit more neurotic than I should about the whole like looking stuff up on wikis for this game. But the problem that I have for something like Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours is that once you train yourself to look for something outside of look outside the game for how to do something, you are building a certain reflex, right? You're building an approach that says, I don't piece together things inside of Hush House. What I do instead is I go and I find someone else who has pieced things together in Hush House, and I put it together. And the problem there is that the more you do that, the more it becomes a default response. And then the challenge there is that there are a lot of things that are very enjoyable in this game which come purely from that sudden realization, what the hell is going on here? And if you don't train yourself to sort of draw those connections, there can be large parts of the game that just sort of run under the surface. And it's not even that people don't enjoy the game that they're playing, but it does mean that some of the really great stuff, the big aha moments, aren't there because those simpler moments where the game sort of trained you to think that way and to get that delight of the discovery, those muscles have sort of atrophied in the name of sort of expedience. And again, people should play the games the way that they want and the way that they enjoy. But I've always really wanted to make it so that people feel like they can that they should struggle a little bit with stuff, because the payoff to that is the big smile on your face when you finally put it together. And yeah, I feel that Obra Dinn probably is in the same boat. For the game, since it's a mystery, it's just like to warn people because it's oh yeah. No, I see exactly where you're going with that. So it seems mostly to be the same reason why it's worth sort of earning the win in Book of Hours as well. Although there are other reasons why. Like, I really, when I was committing the skills to the Tree of Wisdoms here, the original draft that I wrote out had 13 skills in illumination. Like, that says something about me, right? So, what I kind of like, except for a couple of errors that I made, what I'm going to wind up with in terms of elements of the soul will be a reflection of sort of my interests and sort of my priorities after this playthrough. And, a large part of that has nothing to do with whether or not I solve certain puzzles in the game. All of that has to do with just this fingerprint of who this librarian was and what they did. And I really like that feature. So it's one of the reasons why, again, I never want to be no spoiler guy, but I think there is something very fun about being able to just sort of have these little moments that mean only something to you. I think those make for very special gaming moments. They're rare, so I try to protect them where I can. Medusa's lament on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother, and who had it coming. The first part of the poem describes the ambush of the Seven Coils by a warrior scald all over by the traitor gods, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. The battle rages on until the Seven Coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A seven-titled goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle, but her seventh title is not to be revealed. All right, have a great one, whatever. Thank you very much for the bits, and thank you for sticking around for as long as you did. It was actually a pleasure to chat with you. I wasn't expecting that, but I feel like I got the better end of that. So have a good luck with whatever you're up to, and I hope I get a chance to see you again soon. All right, caller's desk. Caller's desk. The Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, an account of the destruction of a primeval hour, a god who was stone. There are 12 verses. In the first, an ascendant hour, identified as the Scarred One, enumerates his justifications for destroying the Seven Coiled, its appetites, its growth, its enmity to humanity. In the second, a priestess puts out his eyes and scars his skin to protect him against the Seven Coiled's magics. In each of the next 7 verses, he destroys one aspect of the Seven Coiled. In the 10th verse, the Scarred One bathes his priestess patron in the blood of the Seven Coiled to lend her power. In the 11th, they assault the temple behind the world, entering it by force. In the 12th, they swear a tripartite oath to protect their ancestors, their descendants, and themselves. This sort of stuff is why I suddenly became a little bit... Well, the exile was almost certainly the reason why I became a bit more interested in Edge, but the more I sort of read about the kernel and things like the slaying of the Seven Coiled, or definitely it was like, okay, there's some cool stuff here that I want to follow up on. All right, the Hissing Key, which we did read yesterday, but an account of the ascent of the hour called the Mother of Ants by the Bossk scholar Mek of the Theban branch of the House of Leith. Mek is not sympathetic to the Mother of Ants, who he calls the Milk Thief. He reviles her for her part in the death of the Seven Coils, which he presents as a treacherous conspiracy. The Milk Thief conspires with the Legion Echidna and the hour to be called Chiliarch, now more generally rendered as Colonel, to enseam the Seven Coils with feathers and to drown her in salt. The Colonel thus ascends to hour status. The jealous Milk Thief, once the Colonel's priestess, seduces Echidna into lending her the Hissing Key to enter the Mantis through the Savage Door, beginning her own ascent to name and ultimately hour. That is obviously a lot more complicated than what is depicted in Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled. Okay, so one last batch of study. Because this is the last of the day, we basically use everything. Now, 5 creations. That was a VAC one we couldn't read. Origins of Hours, I'm going to have to read another day. Pretty sure I haven't read a second glory yet. Morphe Codex. Those who do not sleep. Find a use for the tryst before I get too far. Actually, no, I have a use for it. I'm getting lucky with the languages. So there's a lot of different languages, but they're not, they don't overlap, so it's easier for me to sort through. Okay, now there is a specific thing I want to do with Consider, because we have been looking to try and get Numa. I'm going to try and get a Newman. Let's do the Shretic Book of Suns? No, we'll do the Suns design. And we should be able to make some money. Oh, we're already making it. Okay. Five creations. The itinerant scholar Shohai debated 5 possible origins for humanity with a hooded figure since claimed to be the beach crow. Shohai later claimed that all these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. The Carapace origin. We were born from shell, like the children of the wasp from the spider. The glorious origin. Our life motes descended from light. The origin befouled. We were found naked and smeared with muck in the roots of the wood. Shoai's preferred theories are that we are the children of apes who walked upright, although his tone here is satirical, or that we consumed not only our parents, which is not the crime of the sky, but also our origin, so that we came from nowhere, which is one of the options for the determinations, incidentally. A second glory. The priest Jusei celebrates the extirpation of the gods who were stoned, those hours who preceded humanity. Jusei engages in an apologia for the destruction of the hours. They were old, they were cowardly, they were vile, their time had passed, and it was the shining destiny of humankind to seize the house through glorious battle. Jusei recounts how the hour called Seven Coils was slain in battle by the Colonel, how the Grail devoured the hour called Tide, and how the egg unhatching fled like a coward. He is quite vituperative about the egg unhatching. He warns darkly against its return. Morphe Codex, a priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot, claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. The writer credits the Red Grail, the Ring-Yew, and the Horned Axe, the powers the Sisterhood reveres, with agreeing a final treaty between the Hours of the House and the Hours they displaced. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him, as restitution for the slaying of the Horned Axe sisters and brothers. The Thunderskin entered the Mansis through the Peacock Door, a privilege never given to the Witch and Sister, but then their merit was much less. The writer admits that entry through the Peacock Door is unseemly, but insists that under the circumstances there was no other way. The mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and of the Thunderskin. The Sister and Witch were born in two wombs, one poor, one rich, across the sea. The Sister was stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The Witch was stronger in the aspect of Grail, and so they were not satisfied. When the Sister and Witch came west, the Red Grail permitted their ascension, but then grew jealous of their power. It lured a great musician into the ranks of its names and caused them to be reborn from blood as a heart hour, so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also, but its victory is not assured. I always wonder if the great musician is supposed to be the flower maker, and then the flower maker eventually ascends to hour status, because there is the image of the flower maker with an instrument, but obviously there's lots of people with instruments, so that's not the strongest connection I could make. 1,000 Threads, the fate supplications of the matriarch of the well, recorded in darkness by her weavers and her daughters. The well is long choked with rubble and ashes, the matriarch long gone. She predicted her own end even as these supplications were recorded, but their power remains. Speak these supplications before an altar whose roots have drawn from a sacred spring. Perhaps another root will rise towards daylight. I think I know... I know this solution, but I'm curious. I actually forget what skill this gives, so for a future playthrough I want to check something. The Book of Maya, an account of the 5 visits of the desert wanderer, probably the hour called the Vagabond, to the city Maya. She begins as a delighted child, perhaps even a mortal, but things go badly. In her second visit, she came as Laughing Thrush. Her heart was bright within, her beak was ripe with song, but in the first moment her feathers touched the city's stones, the laughter began. The Wanderer's penultimate visit is as Centipede, whose venom cracks stone. Maya is abandoned to the desert, but she returns one last time, again as Laughing Thrush, with 4 other hours, who take the shape of birds, to celebrate the first roost above the bones of her hated kin. The Book of Masks, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called the Vagabond, who is also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and by many other names, or as Vanna has it, Masks. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush, says Athena Vanna, had a great friendship with the sun and splendor. The highmost hour of the Mansis, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansis. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden the Mansis, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. This mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind. For not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. The 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those that seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? Sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does that mean nowhere sits in crucian? And finally, the sun's design, a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. This book houses a Numa and a tooth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. In the city of Emesa, beneath the Church of the Holy Belt, is a sarcophagus of black corundum. Elagabalus lies, accursed of Janus, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither a liar nor speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light-suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. Elagabalus is the source of one half of this text. The source of the other half is obscure, but its power is evident. It is impossible to be certain if the sun really planned for us to enter eternity. It is impossible to be sure if the Grail, the Vagabond, and the Forge stole this birthright from us, or saved us from it. But there is a great secret here. Paths of the sun has charted his paths beyond walls and woods and bounds. When the sun lights our way, when we are ready, all of us will enter eternity, at least in the right history. Alright, we are ready to go to sleep. Hopefully we'll see a transition into a new season, and if we're lucky, that transition is going to be Numa. There it is. We are at the threshold of Numa, the labyrinth season, the season that lasts only a single day. River wheel flame, time. It has been called a wheel, but my family perceive it as a flame, coolest at its heart, but wildest at its edge. We'll draw a Numa incident, find a suitable visitor for the current Numa incident, or retire the current Numa's incident if there are no visitors left for it. I have a lot to do today, and this is going to involve some very, very, very careful planning. So I'm going to bring up an Excel sheet that I have. Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. So first thing I'm going to do here is write out a wish list for myself. Actually, if you can give me a second, I am going to spend a little bit more time on this playthrough tonight, but I have to go to the bathroom. Sorry to put it so bluntly, but I am going to be back in a moment. I'm actually going to take a second to refill my water as well, so I'll make it a proper break. But it will not be as long as me getting dinner last stream, so it'll be a couple minutes just while I get everything sorted out. But it is a good time now, if you have been watching since the start, or even if you haven't, it'd be a good time to just get up, take a stretch, take care of yourselves. Otherwise, get yourself sorted out. I will try not to be too long, but I'm basically just going to set myself up so that we can do the big moves we're planning on today, because I don't think we'll be able to finish the playthrough tonight, but we are definitely going to take a big move towards that. So everything after this Numa should probably just be a bit of tidying up. But let's take a moment. I'll get myself sorted out, and then we'll be back for some proper Numa time. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. And if you're not still here, screw you. No. Like I said, I'm looking forward to, I'm really looking forward to being able to implement some of this stuff. So, the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to write down my wish list. So the problem that I have with my current plan, I have not committed some skills because they're not high enough for my they're not at the right level for the sorry, what am I trying to say? They're not at the right skill level to commit them in a way that it creates the opportunities for everything else. So I'm going to basically just take a note. There's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 skills that aren't where they need to be. That's a lot, by the way. So this is one of the reasons why I really want to put the time into figuring out my Numa strategy, because I'm not going to have forever to follow up on this stuff. And of course, if I can, it would be even better for me to be able to take advantage of the season to, do some farming and all of that. But priority number one right now is to get these skills leveled up to where they need to be. So for instance, herbs and infusions, I want to get that up to level 4. Stitching and binding, I want to get to level 5, so that is another lesson. Strings and songs needs 1. Sky Stories. Okay, that also needs +1. Sand Stories needs 2. Sea Stories needs 1. Okay. Spaces and Savers needs 1. Anbury and Lapidary needs 1. Purifications and Exaltations needs 2. And Bells and Braziers needs 1. You know what the funny thing is? I think I forgot to keep my old moment. Yep. So I'm down 1 memory that I would have had. But I have the Newman Paths of the Sun, so it kind of washes out. But I'm down 1 memory that I should have otherwise had. Okay. So, in terms of pure lessons that are on my wish list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, keep in mind as well, on top of those 12, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to level them up. So I am also trying to get, I'm trying to generate memories, which will then be used to, earn the like to actually get the levels. So this is one of the reasons why it's nice to have all of these, these memories sitting here, and I'm going to be able to take advantage of quite a bit of my, my inventory doing so. But the idea of being able to level up 12 skills is pretty ambitious here. So we've got a total of 1, 7, 16, 20, 26, 35. Well, that's more than I thought. So 43, 44, 49. So there is a little bit of a dilemma that I have here. Like, this is one of the reasons why I really want to sit down and just figure this stuff out. So the big deal about this is that I can use Numa to break certain break certain memories. The 3s are ideal. In fact, I think it'll tell me. So, Stone Stories, I don't think is committed. No, of course it's committed. It's got the icon right there. Magaphine Mysteries is. So, in this season, memory can sometimes be a mirror. Oh, that's right. I need to add an element to the soul as well, so that cuts off even more. Alright, the brightness of the mist. Is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learned of this skill, reducing it to level 1, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 1 many-faceted lesson, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, because it's a 2. Though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but will always disappear at dawn. So the really ambitious one to do, of course, is to take a higher level skill that hasn't been committed yet. So if I go into my list, Pentiments and Precursors or Lockworks and Clockworks would be such an example. So Lockworks and Clockworks would give me 8. Pentiments and Precursors is the scary one, because that would cause the whole house of cards to fall down. But there may still be something to this. So yeah, 19 many-faceted lessons from Pentiments and Precursors in exchange for 1 element of the soul. There is a great temptation to that. But let me actually take the time to work out what would be involved with those upgrades. Okay, so I'm just going to go through my list sort of bottom to top and see what it would take to get things where they need to be. So herbs and infusions is at 3. I want that at 4. So that would be... Oh, hang on. Let me double check. Okay, so a lesson in 3, yeah. Okay. Okay, so that would cost me a total of 4 actions. Stitching and binding is a similar story. So that's heart and sky. That would actually cover me for the full preservation track, at which point I would actually be able to commit... Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay, so from there, I would be able to commit a bunch of other skills to preservation. So I'd potentially be looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Okay, so then we would go on to strings and songs. So that would need 3 of heart or sky. So I'm noticing a lot of overlap here. plus a soul. So that's a total of 4. So then we have Sky Stories. That's Rose and Sky, and that one needs 4. So we're up to 18 in terms of actions. Sand Stories needs 2. Ah, okay, this is where it gets interesting. So if Sand Stories needs 2, so it is going to want 5 Rose or Moon. That's going to want another 7, so that brings us up to 24 and 31 out of 49. And then Sea Stories, the good news is only needs 1, but it's going to want 8 memories. So that brings me up to 40. Although it is worth remembering that we would, in theory, be adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 new elements of the soul. So, spices and savors. So that's a 4 forge or nectar. So that brings me up to 45. So that would sort of be the last one that I could credibly do under my current setup. Anbarian Lapidary is... Forge and Sky. So that brings us up to 51. So in terms of my extension, that would be 56, 65. And there's only so many blocks in which I can do this stuff, is also worth remembering. Okay, purifications and exaltations is where this gets really scary. So we need to go up to 6 with that. So that's 5 lantern or sky. So that's 6. So that brings me up to 57. Then I need to bring that up another level. that brings us up to 64, which almost exhausts me, except that, again, we can commit the ithistry column. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god. Oh, this is the worst thing that could have happened. So bells and braziers would require 8 forge. Jesus. This is going to require a lot of planning. Or sky plus soul. So that takes 9. So that technically brings me up to 73. But again, the catch is that with the previous work that I did, so we have, did I already put Deep Mandaic in? I did, okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that we can add there. Oh, that brings me up to 71. Although the funny thing here is that we would have a surplus. Oh, right, and then we would need to restore pentiments and precur. That's the trick that cracks this. Okay. So the obvious candidates to spike are the highest level ones. So bells and braziers is off. And I think I spike C stories. Should have just done this in Excel, to be honest, because it's a lot easier to keep track of this. But okay, so that brings us to 4, 9. God, actually, I need to invest a lot in bringing back pentiments. And well, hang on. Let's first figure out what's realistic. So 18. 24. I'm sorry I can't show you this. I'm doing this on a tablet right now. So 31, 36, 42, 48, 55. Okay, so that's technically above what I can actually get away with. Then for lessons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I only need 10. So now we need to find an appropriate sacrifice as well. Lockworks and Clockworks feels like a good fit. Okay, that only gives me 8, so I'm actually 2 short of what I would want to do. Maybe we sack Anbury and Lapidary instead. $13, okay. So I'm going to erase Anbury and Lapidary from the current list because we're using that to get me my lessons. So based off of that, we have 4, 9, 13, 18, 6 and 18, 24, 31, adding 7, 36, 42, 49. Okay, so that... There's a little bit of wriggle room on this for the simple reason that, oh, you know what? I think I'm screwing myself on the lessons again. So yeah, there's a little bit of wriggle room on the actions here because I'm also going to be using these, and I'm also going to get the Numa weather. So, let's still pretend we're working with 13 from Anbury and Lapidary. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lessons as is. So that leaves me a surplus of 4 lessons. So L to 2, then A and L. Two is 3. So Anbury and Lapidary winds up 1 less than it needs to be. Okay, so maybe we spike purifications and exaltations. Okay, so we're going to do herbs and infusions, stitchings and bindings, strings and songs, sky stories, sand stories. Apparently I'm moving sand stories up twice, which strikes me as dumb. Sea stories, because like when it comes to individual effort, we're putting 13 actions into that one. But then again, I think that maxes out my bird song, so let me just take a look there. Should have been looking at my... Well, no, because if I don't boost the sea stories, I technically don't max out birdsong. Okay, well that's fine. Let's not worry about that. Okay, well this is workable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lessons total. Double check my numbers here. 4 and 5 is 9. 9 and 4 is 13. 13 and 5 is 18. 18 and 6 is 24. 6 and 7. Yeah, that's such a weird one to do. 24 and 7, 31. 31 and 5 is 36. 36 and 6 is 42. Now, I've got 49 to work with, so that doesn't leave a whole lot for Anbury and Lapidary to work with. But let's see the logic through to its end. So we need to go from A and L1. Yeah, you need a lesson in the memory, so... That's 2. So that's 5. So that already brings us up to 42, 44, 47. So that's my original amount for... No, sorry, 49 was the original amount. Oh, God. Free soul, so that's 4, so that brings us up to 51. 56. The other thing I want to take a look at is the number of lessons I have available. So if we break Anbury and Lapidary. It was 13, I think it said. Yeah, 13. Okay, so we've got 8 lessons, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we technically have a 13th. And I need to bring Anbury and Lapidary up to 16. Or up to 6. Okay, that actually... If I can make this work with my elements of the soul, I might have just cracked this. So I need a total of 62 individual actions. From the previous ones we can get, so we're starting with 49. Yeah, 62 is a lot. So we start with 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Okay, so I'm technically short 5. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 memories to work with. Okay, so I have technically a surplus of 7 memories to work with. Now, here is where it gets very, very complicated. What I am trying to do is, so I have so many phases of the day, right? And I'm trying to, the other thing to remember is that when I'm considering, so I'm trying to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different considers. That is 6 minutes of pure consideration. That is actually quite unlikely to happen over the course of one day. So I should probably ratchet those expectations back a bit. I think maybe what I do is I see what I can do with a 4 instead. Which obviously means I either need another Numa or more books, but that's a tomorrow me problem. Because I'd also like to get some Spintria from working. So yeah, the funny thing is that if I had an infinite amount of time for this, I think we'd be okay. But I think I need to pull my ambitions back a bit. Because I just don't think it's credible for me to do something with 13 lessons in one season. So... yeah, Lockworks and Clockworks, I think, is the sacrifice. Or did we already say Lockworks and Clockworks? Okay, so Lockworks and Clockworks 8. Oh, Lockworks and Clockworks 8, of which 3 of those need to be restoring it. So we're now going to work this the other way around. And this is where I'm going to be using a spreadsheet. So, so the first thing I want to do is restore Lockworks and Clockworks. So we've got aspect 1, aspect 2. So Lockworks and Clockworks is going to want Knock and Sky. Okay. So we technically have 5 lessons to work with. And after Lockwork. Man, that jump between the 5 and the... The 4 and the 5 is something else. Hang on a second. Yeah, no, that's the way that works. Okay. Spending 30... In total, we're spending a minute and a half bringing Lockworks and Clockworks back to its old level. So that lets us level up 5... lessons. Okay, so let's focus on preservation, because that will... that only needs 2 more. So herbs and infusions. That needs nectar or heart. Stitching and binding. So sky and heart on stitching and binding worries me a little bit. Okay, so for lessons, okay, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lessons spoken for, so I can do 3 more. Strings and songs and sky stories. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spoken for. If I can do spices and savors. Let's forge our nectar. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lessons spoken for. Oh, this feels gross. Okay, spices and savors needs to be level 5. And that leaves me short on Anbury and Lapidary. So the one big problem with this is it really blocks me from doing anything else with Ethistry for a long time, but I think that's unavoidable at this point. So the 2 that I can max out, I'm short on. But I think I'm just going to have to learn to live with disappointment. So the next phase of the plan is to make sure that, so when I level this stuff up, I do not want them kind of bonking each other on the head. So what I'm going to be focusing on now is, so like 8 lessons feels very, very small, the catch is to try and take something like Anbury and Lapidary back up to level 5 is such a heroic effort on its own that I feel like 4 minutes already is a lot to ask to try and make this stuff work out. I'm sort of lucky that I'll be messing with Anbury and Lapidary at the start, because that allows me to start the clock right away. And this wouldn't be a bad time for me to maybe just see, you know, can I time this more precisely and make Numa more efficient in the future. But this is like the first time I'm really going aggressive with this. So the first batch of things that I'm going to do. So first thing I want to take a look at is realistically how many memories can I generate at any one time. And this gets tricky because you can sort of think, well, the consider verb, you know, I could look at a painting and generate a lantern. But then the trick is, okay, but if I'm using the consider verb, that means I'm not committing a lesson. And if I'm trying to bring up a lesson, like remember, we're trying to do this 8 times, so that's 4 minutes of game time that's spoken for. And anything we have left over at the end is lost, so I cannot have any leftover lessons. I mean, in emergency, I guess I just dump them all into one big entry. But there's a lot of ways that can get really screwed up really fast. So I want to be as precise as I can. So in terms of memory generation, we're going to say we can only use desks. Consider is off limits. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we have 8 desks. But we have a little bit more than that. So what we can say is we can generate 8, of any memory, we can generate 8 at a time. That's from the desks. And that's 8 per minute. On top of that, we can also generate memories using the like the altars and things like that. There is a big danger doing that though. So the catch on these ones is that I can do something like a secret threshold, or I could do something like a bittersweet certainty. But once I start getting into the realm of doing things like name day riddles, first of all, I need a memory to make one of those, so I'm not necessarily ahead. But number 2, those take 90 minutes. So I'm giving up more time getting something that is admittedly rare, but maybe not appropriate for what I'm trying to do right now. That's one of the reasons I'm focused on these low-level ones, because it means I don't need to agonize over all of these different memory types. But again, what I'm trying to do here is I am trying to level up a pretty narrow... So out of the aspects that I'm using, it's going to be Knock, Sky, Nectar, Heart, Rose, and Forge. So there's clearly more memories in this game than that group. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to work out for myself, when I try to level up Knock and Sky, what do I have available? When I try to level up Heart and Nectar, like how many of these things can I generate at a time? How many do I need? What keeps the pipeline going? And what stops these things from bumping into each other? So for instance, leveling up Lockworks and Clockworks, that's fine because I'll be generating a lot of Sky, and a lot of that Sky can go into Stitching and Binding. When I have Herbs and Infusions, that's Nectar and Heart, so the Heart can go into Stitching and Binding. The Heart can also go into Strings and Songs. But the one thing I don't want to do is wind up with a surplus of something that I need. So one of the first things that I want to do here is work out the first minute of Lockworks and Clockworks, and that's going to be the memories that I already have. So we're looking for Knock and Sky here, and preferably we're looking for sort of pure Knock play. So Ascendant Harmony is a perfect example of what we use with Lockworks and Clockworks. So that's going to be the first one. And maybe we'll use the Faust for that. So second phase, again, we need Knock and Sky here. We can use the Wind and Waiting. We'd need a second memory though, so either something with knock or sky. We have a few options. Enduring reflection, maybe. The Didymos is actually most appropriate here because, again, it doesn't really help anything. Okay, so Ascendant Harmony, then Wind and Waiting, and Didymos. Okay, so that's the first minute spoken for. I actually have a little bit more too because I need to break the lockworks and clockworks, but we'll leave that aside. Now, I need to generate knock and sky for lockworks and clockworks. So we have a lot of things that are demanding sky, which I think is okay. So now I'm going to consult my list. Okay, so we have a beguiling melody to work with. Cheerful ditty. Confounding parable. Savage Hymn. Solace. Storm, and technically storm weather. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, technically 7 unique sky entries. And in total, we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different skies. So obviously we can't do it all in one go. We're not trying to, but it's worth keeping that in mind. Now, the good news is that for some of the music, I can actually create that through, crafting, which is it's a very tempting approach to take. But what I want to do now, like what I'm focused on right now, is getting my full list of memories to work with. So now we're going to do this for knock. I'm noticing a lack of knock. Okay, so we've got 4 knock memories that we can work with: Pattern, Salt, Secret Threshold, and Stolen Secret. So again, that's good information to know, particularly for the knock things, because those are going to be unique to the lockworks and clockworks. So, for instance, one thing that I could attempt to do here would be say, all right, well, we need 3 for Lockworks and Clockworks to level it up to level 4. So I could use Salt, Secret Threshold, and Stolen Secret, and then the pattern can be used for the Forge for Spices and Savors. Again, I'm not at the point where I'm really I'm not at the point where I'm thinking about the specific deployment of things. What I really want to do right now is just think, I want to see the pieces that I can work with. I want to see the maximum number of memories that I can have on the table at any one time. Oh, hang on, I can't use the storm weather because that uses the consider verb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sky memories to work with. So next up, we do this again, and we do this with nectar. Okay. That might actually only be 2. I'm also going to say I can +1 any memory with a Newman, but I don't want to rely on that too much because you can only have 1 Newman on the table at a time. Okay, so nectar is quite precious. There's only 2 that I can work with. That's good to know. Heart. Okay, so that's 4 to work with heart. Keeping in mind, though, that 3 of them are shared with sky: Cheerful, Ditty, Solace, and Storm. So I'm only going to have 1 of those on the table at a time. But that will be enough to get me up with herbs and infusions. And in fact, there's a good argument for me to try and use the earth sign as early as possible, because I'm going to want to cycle that through and use that in... I'm going to want to use that in the nectar stuff when I can. Okay, once again, so we've got sky taken care of, we've got knock taken care of, we've got nectar taken care of, we've got heart taken care of. So rose and forge are our last 2. Okay, so I count 4 for Rose: Confounding Parable, Gossip, Intuition, and Secret Threshold, remembering that Secret Threshold is available to Knock and Confounding Parable is available to Sky. So shared among 2. So Forge is our final one. We know Pattern's going to be 1. Okay. So it looks like we only have 3 forge to work with. Foresight, pattern, and regret. Okay, so again, this is about pieces on the table. Remembering that I can only make 8 of these at a time. One of the things I might want to pay attention to are spices and savors and herbs and infusions because of the forge component. In fact, the forge part might be the thing I want to focus on at the start, because with foresight, pattern, and regret, and earth sign and impulse, I actually just get by on the skin of my teeth with spices and savors. So let me work that out right now. Oh, sorry, I only need 4. I should actually double check that I've got this down right. So we'll say earth sign, impulse, regret, foresight. Okay, just double checking here. Spices and savors needs 4. Yes, and then metal would be appropriate with this. Okay, so that's probably one of my first batches that I work with. I've already got the earth sign. The other thing I want to take a look at is... So basically, I kind of want to see what I'm working with in terms of... Okay, actually, we also have a forge here that's not being used, so we can use the invincible audacity. And the earthquake name doesn't get used. Okay, we're actually looking pretty good. Looking pretty good on spices and savors. I'm surprised. Paths to the Sun might be good for Lockworks and Clockworks. But I am actually running out of knock to work with. And I guess the old wound isn't useful to anyone. Okay, so if I just said we take spices and savors for free by using the Numa and the Paths of the Sun, we can set that one off completely. So now the question is, how do I get that level 4 Lockworks and Clockworks? So if I do the Curious Hunch, which isn't useful to anyone else. Okay, the Occult Scrap and the Enduring and Reflection. So that way, okay, yeah, I'm actually really seeing a plan coming together. Okay. Okay, so 3 Foss down, leveling up Lockworks and Clockworks. Okay, yeah, so the funny thing here, I've been able to get Lockworks and Clockworks back up. I'm able to get Spices and Savors leveled up. And I don't need to pay anything. So given that I have a horizon sight kicking around, Sky Stories makes the most sense here. Now that's actually a fairly high level one, which worries me a little bit in terms of freeing up additional elements of the soul, but let's not worry about that at the moment. So Sky Stories, we can use the horizon sight. And then I need 4 more. Sorry, 3 more. So Gossip, Intuition, and Secret Threshold, maybe. And then we can use a FET on that one. So that's 3 spoken for. Strings and songs. Now I actually only need 3 for those. So the funny thing is I think I can actually just use... I think I could use the instruments to generate a beguiling melody. Cheerful ditty. And a savage hymn. And then we'll use Faust on that because I use the hearts for other things. Okay, so the funny thing here is right now I've only used 3 of the 8 available slots, and I only need... so I need a total of 7. So herbs and infusions, I get an earth sign, impulse, solace and storm maybe. So that's definitely 4 that I'm spending. Yeah, and then at that point we are well and truly paying. So the only thing I don't like about this last one with herbs and infusions and earth sign is we're paying. We have Nectar Sky, and both of them share heart. But I think I know what I'm doing here now. Okay, so my first run is to make Gossip, Intuition, Secret Threshold, Melody, Cheerful Ditty, Savage Hymn, Earth Sign, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so the plan here is the first batch of things that I want to make are Gossip, Intuition, Secret Threshold, Earth Sign, Impulse, Solace, Storm, Confounding Parable, Satisfaction. I should probably spike the Earth Sign because it's going to conflict with the one that I already have. Which sucks because that gets in the way of herbs and infusions. Yeah, I don't actually have anything. So there may be a block that comes up. So can I redeploy one of these other things? I could redeploy the Numa, or no, I can't redeploy the Newman. You know what? Even if I have an inefficiency on that end, I think I'm okay. So the first part that is going to, so there's a delicate balance here now. So for the hallowed drum, the first thing I want to do is make the beguiling melody, the cheerful ditty, and the savage hymn. And if I can't make those, that's a problem. So what I want to do, I do have some FOSS that I can throw around, which is nice. Okay, so I can make the savage hymn here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 FOSS spoken for, so we're good there. So this is the savage hymn in 1 minute. The sunset harp, because the tryst doesn't really get me anything. I'm going to try Apple Bright Euphonies here. I can actually make a confounding parable or a beguiling melody, so that's nice to know, but I'm going to focus on the beguiling melody. So the cheerful ditty is the last that I want to work on. Preferably not using... Preferably not using strings and songs, seeing as that is going to be something that I'm leveling up. Although I will be leveling it up with its own... Okay, I can actually do that. Unfortunately... Oh, I also have Wistful Air. Wait, am I already making the cheerful ditty? No, I'm making the beguiling melody. Okay, so... But there is a challenge here. Needs sufficient heart. Oh, and I want my hearts here. Okay. I don't think I'm willing to pay that, but let's see if we can work this around and find something else musical. Wistful Air. What does the Wistful Air give me? Well, it doesn't matter, because as long as it's a sky, I'm good. And that's actually good because now I can get the cheerful ditty for the heart. Okay, so the thing I'm most worried about here is that the this plan feels too easy. I'm actually feeling like I'm kind of leaving something on the table. The problem is that going from like 8 to 13, so just in pure, if you consider the lessons learned, right, the 5 lessons learned, you divide that by 2, and now you have 2.5 minutes, and there's not an infinite amount of time in the day. So even though this might be kind of the cowardly way of doing this, I still think this is the right way of doing this. I'm going to just see if I have any more music that I can play around with. I suppose looking for Sky makes the most sense. Yeah, not worth it. I've got the 3 that I need. Okay, so now is time for the really scary part, and that is to break up my Lockworks and Clockworks. So this is the point of no return at this point. So that brightness in the mist, is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learned of this skill, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 8 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far, for though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. 30 seconds spoken for. Okay. So, there is a reason why we spent this much time planning this stuff out. Now is the time to put the plan in motion. So, Lockworks and Clockworks first uses the Ascendant Harmony, then it uses the Wind in Waiting, then it uses the Curious Hunch, the Occult Scrap, and the Enduring Reflection, Then Spices and Savors gets Earth Sign, Invincible Audacity, and Earthquake name. Although I'm actually going to do Spices and Savors first so I can get the Earth Sign back. And Sky Stories gets Horizon Sight, and then we need to make a Gossip, Intuition, and Secret Threshold. So essentially our first batch here is Gossip, Intuition, Secret Threshold, Earth Sign, Impulse, Solace, Storm, Confounding Parable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I actually took one too many. But I can absolutely work with this. So now I need to actually find the books that have all these things. We'll use the Humors of a Gentleman for Gossip. Now, there is a question here in terms of what elements of the soul I want to give up. So the trick to this is going to be the heart stuff I use to collect in Numa. There is kind of an open question in terms of what I want to get afflicted. I think I need to use Nectar to bring my Faust back. But honestly, I have lots of Faust, so we're going to do the Uncanny Labors. The inn is crowded with Numas, heralds, and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. So what I really want to be doing here is I want to be using like the Arab, in fact, what I'll do is I'll specifically carve out the elements of the soul I'm using for upgrading. So we've got 1 Faust for Lockworks and Clockworks, 2 Faust for Lockworks and Clockworks, 3 Faust for Lockworks and Clockworks. We've got a Metal for Spices and Savors. We've got a Fet for Sky Stories. We have a Faust for Strings and Songs. I didn't decide on Herbs and Infusions. That needs Nectar and Heart. That sucks. So we'll use the Health here. So that gives me another reason to make Herbs and Infusions the number 1. And then Stitching and Binding is another Faust. Okay. So this means that my Arab, my Shapt, my Metal, my Whist, actually Whist is even higher than... Whist is actually higher. Yeah, Arab and Whist are the 2 that I want to give up. Then Shapt, then Fet, then Metal. That's because Metal and Fet are being used. Then Faust. And the Core and the Health are reserved because I want to use them for the Gathering during Numa. Okay. Humors of a Gentleman. Intuition. Collected Hush House lectures ought to do the trick there. I'm picking books based on if I can remember where I put them in the library best. What are we looking for next? Secret Threshold. Ooh, Secret Threshold. I think the Temptations of Architecture does that. Earth Sign. Wrapped in the King or Duratio Quercum. I don't even really care which. Ooh, this is a pretty narrow group. I'm going to want to keep that in mind with this desk. Also, where'd my Trist go? I must have thrown it into one of these recipes. Okay. He's wrapped in the king. Ambrose's desk. We use the shaft for starters. I need an impulse, so that's Traveling at Night Volume 1. I don't even need to look at that one, although I should because my margin for error is so small. Solace is Traveling at Night Volume 2. He says, as he does not look at the confirmation. Storm would be What Does Not Bark. Which, conveniently enough, was the next one on my list, so I'm curious if I can get away with reading the Chandler's Wish as well. And then the Confounding Parable was the last one I wanted to work with, so 108 by Ava DeWolf will give me that. Okay, so this is going to be our trial run for Numa. We may change things up, but we have a plan to take at least part of our collection up, and I don't. Oh, sorry, there is one last set of things I want to do. I want to use my heart. So what I value the most, probably the beehive is a good one. Bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. I am going to use herbs and infusions I'm going to level up herbs and infusions, so I do not want to use that as part of gathering. I am kind of tempting... Well, you know what? We should really just focus on the stuff that says weird stuff grows in Numa. I suspect the garden probably has something weird in it, but maybe now is not the time for me to get creative. And I don't know, so a brisk swim. I'll plunge again into the waves, though in the labyrinth season something might be different. I'm kind of curious what happens when I do this, so that's 2 minutes I'm down on that. Okay, that's not so good, but lesson learned. Okay, I think I have queued up everything that I want to do at the moment in Numa. I'm definitely going to be careful with my pausing and unpausing. Noombroom does help me with most of the things that I'm looking to do, so that's also a spare for me to use in crafting. And apparently we got rain. What moves in the mist? Drawing a new Numa incident. Professor Rowena Hengirst. For many years, under many names, Rowena has done, learnt, or eaten many things she really shouldn't have. But for many years, under many names, she serves as the protectress of Hush House. And what is so frustrating about this is she understands Hennevet. Oh no, we do have the matter of the sanctuary draft, so I was going to do this. I was going to help her out anyway. All right, a matter of the sanctuary draft. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with matters of comfort, delight, and lost. As long as this card remains, Pneumanic visitors will have an interest in Grail mysteries. Their needs will usually be more exacting than visitors who come during the more traditional seasons. So we can talk with her about that right away. I'm here, probably. If I were here, it would be only because I could not stay away. Try a book with as much Grail mystery as their Grail interest. So my preference would be to find an 8 Grail text. There are dear memories here. I fear they will fade before I do. I am too close to eternity. Give me reminders, librarian. Diversions, indicators of blood. So she can speak Frisian, Greek, and Kennebec. So we'll take a look and see if the Kennebec texts have the Grail that we need. 4 and 4. So yeah, really this is just a matter of sort of sifting through. Again, I am going to be pretty strict on specifically satisfying the requirements. So if I were here, this would comfort me. If I were here, I would reward you better than now I do. Actually, I should use this rain to give me an edge on the nectar stuff. But again, I'm not going to fuss about this too much. We have other things to worry about. Okay. The skill is now level 1. Use your many-faceted lessons wisely. Light leaks in where from how. An unusually versatile lesson that will not persist past dawn. Use it quickly. Okay, so the game's being pretty clear that you can do bad things to yourself. So, first thing we were going to do, and was not Lockworks and Clockworks, but I actually wanted to get Spices and Savers taken care of. So that is exactly what we're going to do. So Spices and Savers will use the Earth sign. Now, I'm just taking a minute here to see if I have anything else for Forge. This is the only Forge one, so we definitely use the Invincible Audacity, which means we also use the Earthquake name. But the Newman Paths to the Sun is now available because I can use the Rain here. So now we use the Many-Faceted Lesson, and we said we were going to use a metal for that. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. 30 seconds spoken for. Another thing I want to do while I can, I want to pour myself a glass of water because I do want to renew an element of the soul when I can. So pour out. Poured out. I should already have a replacement. Yeah. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. I am going to reorganize. Everything, but now does not seem a good time to do that. So, okay, I'm going to move this on my spreadsheet. Again, I'm sorry to be so touchy on this, but I really have a chance to mess up my playthrough here. So now we're going to worry about the Lockworks and Clockworks. And we start with the Ascendant Harmony. Oh. Oh, we've got all our lessons now. That's going to be a little inconvenient for members. But yeah, so I already was seeing all of these here. Like this is the sort of stuff where I'm like, nope, I gotta be on top of it. Like get the get the next batch rolling in because every second counts on this. Okay, so we were using the gossip with the horizon sight. And the intuition. So I've already read Humors of a Gentleman, so I'm going to leave that aside. There's the intuition. The secret threshold. Yep, that makes sense. Although perhaps I want to switch out the Didymos for Paths of the Sun, seeing as I have a couple more freebies. Okay. It's Beguiling Melody, Wistful Air, and Savage Hymn. The Wistful Air I'm actually going to set aside and replace with the Didymos. And that's just because I can use the rose for other things potentially. Okay, so that's strings and songs. So herbs and infusions was the earth sign. The impulse. Solace. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law or principle or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? So there's a storm memory. Okay, so that's herbs and infusions taken care of, which leaves me confused. Because I seem to have one spare lesson now. Oh, stitching and binding. Right. Okay, so stitching and binding with Sky and Heart. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that I can alter... Confounding parable. So I need one more Sky or Heart. Oh man, like we're not even halfway through the day and we've already finished all this. That's not the way to think about this right now. I should finish my work and then say whether I want to try this again. But I do want to prepare for a situation where I do pull that off. Okay. So, I actually don't have a cheerful ditty yet. So let's... Actually, I can use satisfaction. Yeah, so we'll read Fekri's Herbery for the satisfaction. So that'll give me heart, which gives me stitching and binding. Okay. So here's the trick to figuring out the next phase of this. So what I've got right now, like this has worked very, very well. And one of the reasons why this worked well was we were ready to go when we had a batch of we had like a batch of with a batch of memories to work with. So there are a couple of options that I have available to me. So one, I could try and do the same thing that I'm doing right now. So I don't know, I'd say we're about a minute into the day. So we've got another minute. This takes us to the afternoon. Yeah, no, we're getting to the end of the day pretty much. So my outside option, I feel like, would be breaking up putrefactions and calcinations. Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prepare the memories, and then I'm going to leave everything aside to make sure that, like, I preserve the option, but I make sure that I recover everything first. So putrefactions and calcinations would probably give me... Well, if Lockworks and Clockworks gave me 8, putrefactions and calcinations would give me 4. So there's the 1 for the initial amount. No, putrefactions and calcinations would give me 3. How does that work? Okay, let me just work this out. Okay, so you do first level commit. So for level 2, 1 mem, 1 lesson. Level 3, 2 mem. 4, 3 mem. So 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. Okay, that makes sense. So I would imagine I'd get 4 out of putrefactions and calcinations. So again, this is a big if that I'm going to do this, but putrefactions and calcinations is moon and winter, which I may have just created problems for myself by giving those up, but let's move ahead. Okay, so putrefactions, moon. Okay. Okay, so I used 2 of those to bring back. Oh. Okay. So if I were to try and do that, I've got herbs and infusions, stitching and binding are taken care of. So I just got I'm marking up my spreadsheet here. Okay, stitching and bindings accounted for, strings and songs, sky stories, not sand stories, not sea stories. Yes, spices and savors. No Anbury and lapidary. Purifications and exaltations. Man, I'm really coming up short on this. Okay. So I only have 2 more lessons to work with here. So I suppose the natural... Oh yeah, sand stories needs 2, so that's why that one became a pain. Anbury and lapidary... Holy crap, I might have actually just figured this out. Okay, Anbury and lapidary goes up. And... bells and braziers. That's a big ask, but I might be able to pull it off. So... So I want to see if I can actually pull this off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then... So actually, I've already got Forge here. So we've got Foresight, Pattern, Regret as 3. And then for Sky, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, we would have enough to be able to level that thing up. All right. So if I were to try to do this recklessness, we've got Forge and Sky for Anbury. And then bells and braziers. Oh my god. They're the same. Oh, why do they have to be the same? I could switch out purifications and exaltations, though. Purifications and exaltation is Sky and Lantern. Okay. There might just be a plan here. So I definitely need to set aside another Faust. Bells and braziers, I can use a metal. That's no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the question is, how do I spend the next little while? I have nothing to do but generate memories, so that's not a problem. What I want to do, though, is make sure that I set myself up so that I am just churning through the consider verb no matter what happens. So I think what I will do as a precaution, I'll maybe put a spare... Okay, so first of all, I want to leave aside everything... Yeah, all of the whist is going aside here. Definitely setting aside another Faust. Definitely setting aside another metal. So this is key because I also need to make sure that I can actually use the elements of the soul to generate the stuff that I think I can generate. So, for putrefactions and calcinations, that would be... I need moon and winter stuff. Okay, let's actually just read the list again. So confounding parable. Contradiction. Gun. Salt. Still in secret. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different moons. So that's definitely not a source of problems. Bittersweet certainty for winter. It's also for lantern, but we won't worry. Actually, we can put that there now. Hindsight. Rats. And finally lantern, so we start with bittersweet certainty. Foresight. Revelation. So I'm feeling a real lack of lantern here. But so here's the deal. So the one bit of good news is that putrefactions and calcinations actually already has a benefit. Oh, actually, it's probably even more useful for... No, it's moon and winter, so both of those are there. Yeah, we have the old wound to work with already. So then from there, we would want a moon or a winter source that would be exclusive to putrefactions and contradictions. So I think an intuition and a hindsight. So the reason why I want to make sure that these are dedicated to the putrefactions and calcinations is because I need to churn out as many... So I need to churn out as many lantern memories as I can for purifications and exaltations, and whatever is left goes to the... whatever's left goes to bells and braziers, which is sort of the... It's the huge one that leaves me feeling unsure. My spreadsheet is now too wide. That's not good. Okay, so when it comes to lantern, yeah, it's pretty slim pickings. So got the bittersweet certainty, foresight, revelation, and then we're eating into the sky stuff. Now I could maybe do a Newman, so we'll write that down. And just for the sake of moving this on, let's say Beguiling Melody, which leaves me with Bells and braziers. So we'll do cheerful ditty, confounding parable, savage hymn, solace, storm, and then we use forge to clean it up. So foresight. Now that was already used in purifications and exaltations. So pattern, regret, and I'm one short, which may not be a deal breaker, depending on, like, because I could spend 30 seconds and get a spare, site. That is a tight window. But it does give me things to work on. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure I'm not duplicating effort. So we've already got an intuition. We already have things like gossip and all that. So what I want to spend my time on right now is generating things that aren't already on the table. And in fact, maybe I generate some other things, like, so I don't think we have a salt on the table right now, so maybe we do salt instead. And there is a side of me that says, like, okay, well, maybe we give up the Noom broom and we do, do we do something? There's lots of different options that I have, but I need to think about what my immediate future looks like. So Paths of the Sun's probably a good choice, unless I can wind up with a sky and... Yeah, okay, actually, let's start thinking about how I'm gonna work this. So we're already getting a satisfaction. Yeah, you know what? I probably have. I need to just cool it, and I actually need to figure out. Oh no, we've got stitching and binding. Let me write that down now. So. Okay. And where possible, I want to prioritize some of these moon ones a little bit faster now. Okay. So for this round, let's do, well, we're getting the satisfaction. So let's do salt, hindsight, sweet certainty, foresight, revelation, Newman, pattern and regret. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, that gives me something to work with. I may not actually be able to commit all of these elements of the soul anyway. But let's make a go of it. So I'm feeling mighty uncomfortable committing a Faust to the pale desk right now. You know what? This was... I should have done this a lot sooner. I actually should have used the glass of water with this Faust right away. I'm trying to think... yeah, man. I'm gonna recover a Faust just because I'm so narrow on that. I wanted to recover some health, but we'll worry about that later, and I'm gonna pour myself another glass right now. Okay, so that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable on this round with the pale desk. So now we go for salt. That should be Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines. Yep. Hindsight. Battery after. Actually find it kind of amazing I don't have the bittersweet certainty already. We're already down a desk. I can't use any of these. Okay. Lesson learned. Bittersweet certainty comes from glimmerings. I'm scared to death that I'm gonna do a duplicate here. Foresight. Cross Diaries is good for that. But I'm gonna guess I've probably used up my... Yep. So that's going to create some complications in terms of timing for me. Like I've got a bottleneck now in terms of all the different music that's being used. But we're going to soldier on. I may change the order in which I'm upgrading a few different things. Oh, sorry, Noose. Sorry, I've been focusing a lot on my notes here. How are you doing? I have no idea when you came in. I've been consulting a bunch of sheets and all of that. I really appreciate you coming in. And Dendrian, good to see you as well. What were you playing? What were you up to? And Eldra says you just got your note page for books to a place where you feel like you're happy with its layout. Now you just have to enter this into a few more fields for each book, and it will auto-populate the content of the pages. Congratulations on that. I am in a very, very narrow challenge with Numa right now. I'm trying to maximize all of the different things that I can build, but I have these like 30-second sprints. But what were you playing today, Noose? I'm assuming you must have come because of Dendrian? Oh, Sweeps fan. I'm sorry, News. I should even remember you from the chat. I apologize. I have no idea why I... I have no idea why I even needed the... Well, I even needed the elaboration. I don't think I recognized you as a streamer, though, so I apologize. But I appreciate you having a sense of humor about that. I am not pronouncing Janus the way Sweeps would, though, so I also apologize in advance for that. All right, if I were here, this would comfort me. If I were here, I would reward you better than I do now. So we are going to do well for Spintria by the end of all of this. The Expanse. Oh, the Telltale game off the Amazon show, off the books. So I've not watched The Expanse, but now I can't recall. The Expanse isn't new. No, it is new to Telltale, isn't it? For some reason, I thought new Telltale's first game was going to be The Wolf Among Us, but I don't actually think that's true. Okay, let me bring my Excel sheet back up. Okay, so the original plan here would have been to take Lockworks and Clockworks again. But the thing is that I kind of have Lockworks and Clockworks guaranteed. The gap in my work right now is Sky Stories with the Horizon Sight, Gossip, Intuition, or even Strings and Songs with its beguiling melody, wistful air, and savage hymns. So I think I'm going to do Sky Stories and Strings and Songs first. I feel really uncomfortable giving up this Noom broom, but... so satisfying to have come so far. Okay, so we're going to move that one down. Ugh, this is agonizing. Oh, excellent. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm assuming you must be a fan of the show and probably Telltale. Okay, Aglaophotis, the other rose. Only in Numa does it bloom. I don't even know where to put these right now. Put them in the keeper's quarters. Moly, the gods call it, and it is hard for mortal men to dig, but with the gods all things are possible. Beeswax! All right. Oh, you know what? I may wind up with a salt anyway. All right, let's see what the day gives me. You've watched most of the show, played some Telltale, and yeah, if you like both, it's a good deal. I will confess, I am still looking forward to the new Wolf Among Us. I will confess that I don't quite have the same, like for Telltale. I like the game still, but I don't quite have the same. I don't want to say obsession, but like it's one of these things where I'm sort of like, oh yeah, they're still around. Oh no. Yep. All right. Well. I'm sick, and I've technically duplicated some of my... Actually, if this is row... can I... Yes, I can switch this out with a secret... No, I can't switch this out with a secret threshold. Good God, I gotta find a way of making this work. I can keep the Newman. Oh God, that is such a tight window, but it works. Alright, the skill is now level 5, its power aspects have also increased, so... Changing it up again. We're gonna put this into Lockworks and Clockworks. Why didn't I use Shaft for these? I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Okay. Hello, nearly logical. Greetings, and wow, is that a lot of fet? Indeed. I should feel a little uncomfortable with how sort of random I'm treating all of this. I do not care about the maladies. Like, that is the easiest thing in the world for me to deal with. Right now, I'm just focused on generating the memories that I need. Okay, so let's actually take stock again. So... I can actually do this after I get the memories as well. Okay, so we've got the satisfaction. So that's going to clear us out. There's the salt. Hindsight. Bittersweet certainty. And foresight. So what I want to do right now is I want to take stock in terms of what would stop me from. So step number one, right? The major goal for this day is to lock all of these in. And we don't have that much time left, right? So we've got 30 seconds. So we've got 30 seconds. These two are going to take me here. These two are going... So that's the... Oh, yeah, no, there's no way we're doing putrefactions and calcinations. I shouldn't have even tried. Yeah, because I'm thinking... It's 30 seconds, so it's a minute between these two. So that takes us from midday to the warning that things are going to finish off. These would take us to sundown. Oh no, this is actually all good. I'm starting to get greedy. So I'm trying to set myself in a situation where it's only upside, which is currently what's happening. But I'm also trying to see if I can pull a little bit more out of Numa. So essentially, we'll say this line between this one and this one, that takes us here. This takes me to sundown. So then this would take me halfway through sundown. But if I then try to break putrefactions and calcinations, I lose those memories. There's no question. There's no way that I would be able to do even a minute's worth. So we turn around and we say, let's not worry about that. Let's instead focus on making things with the FET. So... Gonna bring up my spreadsheet again. So it's Lockworks and Clockwork, Strings and Songs, and Herbs and Infusions that are that can't be touched. Quenchings and Quellings is no hardship, so we'll gather in Numa. Is it wise to walk on the moors in this season? Let's find out. Numa fog is thick here. Even the gulls steal eggs from the seabirds or find what the seabirds have stolen. I probably messed this up already. I am slightly curious, though. We tried to write, or we tried to like use the blank page and the ink. I'm curious if the fact that it's Numa changes anything. Look like it. I mean, I could try throwing a memory in, but I don't really have... This is a scale memory, yeah. Ah, well. That won't let me do anything. I guess I have the health that I can kick around. I can kind of make this already, so let's go for the Aglyphotis again. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh, Jesus Christ, that is bad. That is... I don't have anything to level up herbs and infusions now. God damn it. Okay. There is a fix for this, though. No, hang on. No, this is winter. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to... That was so ridiculously foolish that I organized the list that way. So we'll use a Shapt. Faust. Another Faust. Okay, so Magaphine Mysteries and Stone Stories. Can those get me what I need? Yes, that gets me a heart. All right. Rebirth. The gods who are, which we call the hours, warred against the gods from stone and cast them down. What remains of the gods from stone we call plague, scourge, catastrophe. But if the gods from stone were reborn, would they still be plagues? Would renewal bring peace? The art's unregarded hint that it might be so. All right, we are leaving. We're not touching anything until this accursed season is done. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take Lockworks and Clockworks. I want to make sure I get that up to level 4 now, just as a precaution, because everything else on top of that is a bonus. Okay, so here we go. Put you down. I'm still trying to like keep track of all of this, just in case I think well, I mean it's mostly just for learning after the fact. There isn't really that much for me to do afterwards, and I think what I'll do is I'll move Herbs and Infusions up to be the first one to... It's just so I don't have that embarrassing... It's just so I don't have that embarrassing heart use again. Yeah, it does kind of feel like a waste of the season that I'm not using my Elements of the Soul, but at this point there's nothing else for me to level up. So I deserved a little quiet time, so that's nice. Let's see... Let's get the... Actually, it's probably better if I bring the health back, because that gives me the most options. I'm still under some illusion that I'm somehow going to do this thing with putrefactions and calcinations, even though I can see the end of the season coming up. I am such a clown. Okay, so Herbs and Infusions... Where did it go? There we go. Something's wrong. I put one too many into herbs and infusions for some reason. I was scared for a second. Okay. This isn't a hardship that I have a spare storm, but it does make me slightly worried about what other mistakes are waiting. Okay, so I think the time has come. Like, if I'm gonna try and make this other thing happen, I need to queue up the memories for it now. So let's think about what's possible. So stitching and binding and strings and songs are both going to use Faust. Putrefactions and calcinations would use 2 whist. Purifications and exaltations would use another Faust. And bells and braziers would use another metal. So that leaves me, and in fact, better still, I believe this health would be acceptable for putrefactions and calcinations. Now again, I don't want to get ahead of myself. But I also have a tendency to over or underestimate certain certain timelines. So the bare minimum that I need is to make sure that I can use the so let's say we use the hindsight. The salt works because it's well, it also works because it's winter, but there's really no other moon. The old wound, but that's okay. So that tells me something already. So this tells me that there's room for an intuition here, and there's no cost whatever to me getting that. So we're going to read Collected Hush House lectures again. So I'd put it to you this way. If we know we have 90 seconds after we complete this work, and there is actually a very good argument that we do, then at minimum we can get putrefactions and calcinations back up to... so like I said, essentially what I really want to work on right now is... Oh, you know what? I'm not counting the 30 seconds here. So I actually might have only 30 seconds, in which case it is scary as hell to do that. But I am just reckless enough to actually try this idiocy. So then there's the intuition. Okay, so for purifications and exaltations, we would then do a bittersweet certainty. We would try foresight, revelation, which we don't have. Wait. I didn't need to generate the intuition because the old wound would have been sufficient. Okay, that's a shame, but there's nothing I can do about that now. Okay, so this would recover putrefactions and exaltations. So purifications and exaltations. So bittersweet certainty, foresight, storm, paths of the sun. We need 5. Oh man, we have a real shot of at least getting one of these things in. This is the worst way of thinking about this. I should not be trying anything that even remotely resembles me losing skills, but we have a chance. I don't know if Bells and Braziers is a realistic goal. But I can, at minimum, get the revelation. And again, all of this is just no risk stuff. This is stuff I get for free for clean living and a good attitude. Where's revelation? Letters to my successor. So off of that, we would then try Bells and Braziers, and that is an absolute just Hail Mary of an attempt. And in that case, we're trying to build up Forge and Sky. And the real catch on this one is that so much of our stuff is already occupied with like Savage Hymn, Wistful Air, and Beguiling Melody. On the other hand, we also have lots of opportunity, like we'll have some opportunities to clear all that out. So maybe we'll just sit on this and see how the seasons goes. But I need to be really, really careful with the spacebar from now on. So like if the line is the determinant, then we actually have a 10-second grace period to work with, which is awesome. But I do not want to count on that grace period. Like what I want to know is when afternoon hits, I want to see like when the sound happens. So even that was a second too slow. Okay, but stitching and binding, because this is going to open up all of the music. Oh, sorry, strings and songs. I'm wondering if it's a good idea for me to give up the Savage Hymn here, because it's so difficult for me to get other ways. But again, I'm sort of stuck at this point. I probably shouldn't be messing with the plan that much. Let's just do what we said we were going to do, and we'll recover what we can. Okay, gathering Numa. Free Earth sign. I don't think that's going to count for anything, but a curious seashell. I think we've always had curious seashells. An ostrich egg? A crocodile egg? Surely neither. Alright, so too many eggs in this place. There's no room for it. Buy the wine? Somebody's in for a surprise when they get their mail. Okay. So again, I'm suspecting that I'm doing something very silly that I am going to regret. But I'm going to put a brave face on it, and I'm going to think very, very carefully before I actually commit to any of this stuff. So, the grand piano lets me do... Oh, we're running out of fat. Okay, but the grand piano should let me get another Savage Hymn. Oh, that's right, because drums and dance is special. So that I'm basically limited to Faust. Okay. I already have a confounding parable, so we can go for the beguiling melody. I still have some Faust kicking around, but let's think about some other things we can do. So I could use the organ. And I guess I'm really, at this point, well... that's not going to help me. I have a few options here, but... Well, Bells and Braziers is the last one that I'd work on, so sure, we'll take the Wistful Air. And I do want the Cheerful Ditty, just because it makes more sense in my head to have all the music, so Peruvian Diaries will give me that. I'm one short on Purifications and Exaltations. Sweet Certainty, Foresight, Storm, Newman. Okay, well, I guess that gets the beguiling melody or whatever. I can go for the Solace and the Storm now. I think there's more than one Faust committed here than it needs to be. But I'm not taking any more chances on this. Okay, so Solace is Traveling at Night, Volume 2. We've already got a Storm. I almost screwed that one up. But Pattern and Regrets are easy to get, so... So Regret is Keon at Abydos. I gotta be careful that I'm not duplicating some of these. Yeah, let me just make sure. What books am I reading right now? Okay, so we're getting an Intuition, which is not helpful. Solace. Revelation. Okay, so we can go for the Pattern and the Regret. No, we're not. We've already got the... Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm really getting in my head here. Pattern. Device on containment ought to do the trick there. Oh, actually, no, because the knock doesn't help. Drat. Okay, I need to take stock for a second here and see where we're at. So we've got Bittersweet Certainty, Foresight, Storm, and Newman. Next up for these, we've got a Cheerful Ditty, a Savage Hymn. Oop. Okay, I need one more Forge or Sky memory. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any of those until after we've committed something. So we'll go for the Confounding Parable, but only... Actually, we could get the Confounding Parable now because it's still going to take us a minute. And the funny thing about all of this is I'm putting all this effort in, but I think the end result is going to be to say, I don't feel comfortable doing this. It's, you know, it's too risky. But it's worth trying. Okay, so we'll queue this all up. Just again for clarification. So this will be used to level up stitching and binding. We've already leveled up strings and songs, so I'm... just making my adjustments. So what we would need is we'd need 30 seconds to take apart putrefactions and calcinations. Then we'd need a minute to bring those back to... we need a minute to bring those back to normal, at which point we try to level up purifications and exaltations, and it is near certain that we will not be able to bring bells and braziaries up, but we've got the parts in place if we want to get bold. So at this point, all of this rests on my ability to hit the space bar quickly enough during the consider. I think it's fair to say no, we're gonna hear this too soon. Okay, so I take this indicator as being I have a minute available and then a minute left in... I have a minute available and then a minute left in overnight. And that's the total amount. So I'm actually even going to start a stopwatch here because I do want to get a precise measurement of this stuff. So the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. So first thing we do, we finish off stitching and binding because that is what we set out to do tonight. There should only be one option here. Okay, so here's the reasoning that I have here. This is going to take 30 seconds. We are not going to have 30 seconds between now and the end of the day, which means I'm short on the minute that I need to Oh, see, you know what the funny thing is? I guess... Okay, this is where I get really technical with this stuff. So, 30 seconds takes me about here. Then it's night, where we start phase 1, which takes me halfway through night. Phase 2... I'm really not thinking of this the right way, but there's kind of a what have you got to lose factor to this that I feel is driving me to make a very reckless decision. But I think I might actually try and bust up the... I think I might try and bust up the putrefactions, calcinations. We'll see. Again, I've got my stopwatch here just to clarify. The problem is what I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to anticipate a 90 seconds worth of moves over the next little while. Okay. Decision time. I'm not even reading the text. I need to focus. Well, I've got my health, so that's another thing for me to pick up. Okay. So again, this is the time where I really need to think about what I'm doing here. I'm probably going to do it, and here's the reasoning. So first of all, I just want to clarify what I'm trying to achieve is purifications and exaltations to level 6. Hello, Selphia. Yeah, this is definitely a very touchy point for precision. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so I'm trying to get this to level 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we have all the components we need. I just don't think we have the time. So what is the reasoning behind this? Let's say this just takes us to night. Okay. 30 seconds to bust up the putrefactions and calcinations. So 30 seconds through night. As long as we're at the very beginning of, like, as long as we're a couple of seconds within dusk, it'll be 30 seconds for 1, 30 seconds to get me back to where I was before. So I lose nothing. If I have a little bit of grace in terms of my time, then it means I can knock in one of these extra levels. And, you know, that makes me happy and I have more than I had. If it was anything else, I would be very, very reluctant. But in this case, with putrefactions and calcinations, oh, that's heartbreaking. No way. Hang on. Oh, okay. The fact that I was sick saved me. So I was actually one Numa. I was one whist short. God, this is nerve-wracking, but we're doing it. Sorry, I just want to clear out the view. Okay, I suspect we're not going to be able to get the extra level. Okay, I really need to make this work now. So, step 1, putrefactions and calcinations. Lesson, hindsight. Can I use the winter for anything else? Probably not. Again, probably best to stick to the plan, but never hurts to double check. So we use our whist there. Actually, you know what? We don't even need to use whist. We can use my sickness. I better hope there's a minute in the evening, otherwise I'm going to be a very sad man. Oh, you know what? I just had an idea. I will never get my comeuppance! Okay. So we've at least avoided the loss. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. I just need a couple more seconds, game. Don't do this. Don't do that. You don't want to. You're the nice game devs. You give us candy and joy. Yeah, not even close. That was 4 seconds off. No! We lost it all! Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. And I have my putrefactions and calcinations back. Death alters, snow endures. Solomon Husher. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, except in Sense and Sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember that where we went, it was cold. My inner light gutters, then flares. I am snared in a dangerous fascination, but we are loaded. I might even use this to make another determination, or to, I might even try to bring in another Numa if that's the money that I get from this. So, let us recover from my adventures. Or at least do as get as close to recovery as I can. No room for the pairs, huh? Well, that's fine. We'll put a curious seashell in here. So now I can put the... There we go. I will move... No. In there. It's weird that I can't put the egg in that spot. Okay. Good enough. Let's pour out some water. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Poured out. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will this season bring? Okay, now I'm trying to get more stuff done. So let's delete some cells in my spreadsheet. I guess it doesn't really matter which one I do, but I am going to do purifications and exaltations first. So we're going to do a bittersweet certainty, foresight, revelation, Newman, storm. Or some variation on that. Doesn't really matter. We've got more than what we really bargained for. But let's take the time to do what I was planning on doing. So bittersweet certainty from Glimmering, foresight from Bancroft's Diaries. Revelation from Letters to My Successor. Letters to My Successor. Here we go. Storm. I can read the Calypter book again because I kind of rushed through it last time. I guess Solace will do for the other. So that's the Alopoli work. Okay, we also do want to get onto the business of reading the rest of my library. I actually only have one more book left, and that... Oh, sorry, yeah, The Chandler's Wish. So read that now. And I am going to work out... I am actually going to work out the next game plan. So this was quite educational for me in terms of how I can make Numa work for me or not work for me. So for instance, what I know is that I can take Lockworks and Clockworks, I can break that down and have a remaining 4 memories. Oh, actually, let's not delete everything that I just did there. So, yeah, so I need to give up 3 of those to bring Lockworks and Clockworks back to the level that I had before. So in practice, what that means... Just taking a minute here to reorganize the list. So assuming that we enter into Numa the way that we did last time, and in fact we can sort of angle it a little bit better so that I'm even better prepared for Numa next time. Oh, and by the way, Salfea, this is my regular broadcast. This is definitely not my regular playthrough, not the special one that I did last time. So taking a look at what I accomplished this time around, guaranteed without any kind of risks or scary business, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 improvements. So what I'm looking for in total are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I am unfortunately 2 Numas away, assuming that I can't get any more lessons to help me out. But let's see, because the thing to remember is that if I pull the putrefactions and calcinations trick again, then I have a little more wriggle room. Now, whether or not I want to do that is a whole other question. But the reason why I'm taking the time to think this stuff through is that I have, between now and the next Numa, I kind of have an opportunity to think about what what do I want to do, basically? Like, what is the best... Yep, so we do get to keep the lesson of many facets. So this is good to know, right? So in this case here, I should assume that I can get a total of... well, as a net, I should assume that I can basically get another 6 levels. Now, one of the challenges I'm going to run into next Numa is the fact that I have a lot of very high memory requirement levels up. So that's one, maybe what I should have done with maybe I should be leveling up bells and braziers, because that's just the really, really difficult one for me to do. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from doing that today, as a matter of fact. The more I think of this, actually, the more that makes more sense. So I think I'm going to change my mind. What are we working on here? So this is Glimmerings. That's not going to help. Revelation. That's not going to help. That was Revelation. This is Foresight. Okay, Foresight helps. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Let's just play some music. Five. Six. Seven. Drat. What am I even looking for now? I guess I did Savage Hymn, Wistful Air, Beguiling Melody. We read the Perugian Diaries. So that's Cheerful Ditty. I think those are all the songs, actually. So am I reading the Calyptra book again? Chandler's Wish. Yeah, we are. It's not that hard to find. Confounding Parable, 108. All right. Sorry, this is kind of a clowny way of going through all of this, but... Now, one of the things I'm going to want to do over the course of spring is sort of recover all of the... I'm going to try and recover all of the... the persistent memories that I had. The good news about that, though, is I can target this based on what skills I'm trying to improve. Dr. Shala, I presume. Is there someone en route to Hush House? The affair of the Friar's Tapestry. A tapestry has been stolen from the Ostorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed. one that may only be performed at Gladwin Lake, where the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. Visitors with interest in moon and nectar mysteries will want to talk about this. Now, the good news is he doesn't know Kernet Kanevek, so it's not a hardship for me to give up the language here. Apparently, I doubled up my foresight because I'm a goof. Okay, so what am I missing to level up? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we can talk with Schaller, and I think we already talked with him about his book. Priest, diplomat, gardener, a soft-voiced man with a very steady gaze. Bless you, and bless the house you serve. On the Friar's Tapestry, the Grove of Green Immortals has asked me to look into this. The Green Sages have long been interested in these doctrines, and the Hostorium has long been disinclined to share. The Sages are concerned that this might be a Hostorium trap. I suspect that they're being overly cautious, but I have learnt over the years to take their instincts seriously. Kittling Ripe's tasty treats. You know, I had to manage Galmier's reincorporation up in the mountains by the Grove. I wish I'd known these techniques back then. It was the most difficult thing I'd ever done. I think she'll most likely return to the Mansis anyway. That's a nice little bit of of lore to just throw in there casually. Okay, we have a Savage Hymn. A Wistful Air. A Beguiling Melody. A Cheerful Ditty. One Partridge in a Pear Tree. I'm actually one over. So there is one small trick to what I'm doing here. So the specific skills that I'm looking to level up right now. So I'm trying to get Sand Stories from 5 to 7. I'm trying to get Sea Stories from 8 to 9. I'm trying to get Bells and Braziaries from 8 to 9. I'm trying to get Purifications and Exaltations from 5 to 7. And Anbury and Lapidary from 5 to 6. So that's a lot of work that I need to do here. And the trick here is I don't know if Sea Stories or Bells and Braziaries are going to be... Like, I don't know if I'm going to wind up with a memory which will allow me to level one up as opposed to another. But it is worth remembering that the lesson of many facets is not a persistent memory. This is this is going away, and I do not want to spend... You've seen me fail to keep an old moment, so... there is no way I am trying to carry this with me until I get another book. So in this case, we roll the dice, we say, Bells and Braziaries it is. If it turns out the book that I get is a Forge book, well, that's on me. What a shame. Life's full of disappointments. I'll get over it. But yeah, we need to put in the work. We need to secure the bonus we got, because in the end, right, this is one more than I thought I was getting, right? I can be mad that I didn't get the 2 with the putrefactions and calcinations trick, or I can be happy that I wound up not just it's not just that I didn't blow up my efforts, but I was actually able to get a spare upgrade that wasn't expected. So it's nice to think of the positive on that. So one of the things I'm going to do, and this will be on my own time, I'm going to go back to my sort of spreadsheet and I'm going to work on a few things. So one of the big ones is I want to, this needs heart. Drums and dances and glass of water. Sounds like a party for me. So cure my malady, you've supplied enough heart. I might even be able to get my Faust back, actually. So let's drop some more water. So one of the things that I want to try and do is I want to try and keep a 4 and a 3 uncommitted. Now, it doesn't matter which of these is uncommitted. There is something a little appealing about the Ithistry column, just because, so Putrefactions and Calcinations is on Ithistry, as is Lockworks and Clockworks. They're actually right beside each other. I could do this with Rhyme and Remembrance as well. I mean, one thing I can do is I can maybe just try and weave my way through the, through the tree. I'd avoid committing stone stories, but I can commit stitching and binding. Actually, that might be a good idea. So, anything 3 and 4 I'm not going to commit, but everything else I will. And that actually seems like a nice way to finish the day. So I learned a lot about Numa today. Again, I'm not entirely sure I'd want to completely recreate that experience because that took a long time to go through Numa. But now that I know what I'm up against, I can be a little more effective at, working out the day's priorities. So, for preservation, we do stone stories. No, we don't do stone stories because that's 3. So, herbs and infusions. Wonder if I can get that up to 5, actually. I may not be committing anything, it turns out. Nah, I mean, okay. So there's a version of this world where I can get my herbs and infusions up to 5, my stitching and binding up to 6, my hill and hollow up to 7, my edicts and violet up to 8, and then my quenchings and quellings can take the 9 position. The likelihood of me getting that many memories and like doing it before the new DLC comes out, that's not happening. So, it's kind of a nice try, but no sort of thing. So yeah, stitching and binding up. Bird song. Nope. Sky. Okay. So Sky Stories up can go because those are 5. I think I've already committed stuff to Horamachistry, so should be fine there. Ithistry, we really can just commit spices and savors and that's it. But it gives me something to work with. So let's put those in. So there's a specific reason I'm doing this. Like, there's a side of me that likes to do this in one big batch, but we can review the lore after the fact. What I'm hoping to accomplish here... So, for instance, we committed the Magafeed Mysteries because we wanted to get that extra heart. So the gods who are, which we call the Hours, warred against the gods from stone and cast them down. What remains of the gods from stone we call plague, scourge, catastrophe. But if the gods from stone were reborn, would they still be plagues? Would renewal bring peace? The art's unregarded hint it might be so. So we've got a 4. This is 5, 6. So my original plan was to have Stitching and Binding at 5, and then we do Hill and Hollow, Edicts and Violet, and Quenchings and Quellings. So the reason why I'm not going to commit Herbs and Infusions is because that's a 4, so that can take the same role as Lockworks and Clockworks if I need. So, we go Stitching and Binding. So Preservation, Healing, Restoration, Renewal. A deft enough binding might heal anything. Flesh, spirit, song, stone. That would be Preservation. Hill and Hollow. The ways of the Hill Children and the gods from stone. Old paths, old secrets, the songs that still echo beneath the earth. How they endured. In the beginning, the Carapace Cross served the first Hours, the gods born from stone. When the gods from stone were defeated, where could the cross go? Into the hills, into the bounds, and into us. This is how humankind came to be, and in our most secret hollows, the cross endures. This is a matter of preservation. Edicts inviolable. The precepts of occlusion and dissolution. Their jealous enforcement is the nature of Calyptra. This should go. Okay. Night. The velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it, the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation. And finally, Quenchings and Quellings, the last of our preservation. Arts which quench fires and bring solace to the troubled mind. A true adept is never troubled by fire, nor by fever, nor by restless spirit. Ambrose Westcott. Safety in oblivion. Let the flesh forget disease. Let the smoke forget the flame. Let the troubled mind forget its pain. Preservation. So we'll have other commitments to make, but again, we have strategic reasons for not doing those yet. Oh, hell. Some kind of error erased a lot of the stuff that I was working on here. That's fine. I'll work this out again. Okay, so anything so Sky Stories and Pentiments and Precursors into Birdsong. So Sky Stories should be 5, yep. There it is. Okay, Sky Stories. The 9 winds gossip, and sometimes we can listen. A thief of sights, a scavenger of thrones, a border reaver, and a thief of knots, a thief of colors, and a thief of bones. This is Birdsong. And Pentiments and Precursors. Fets and fights of forgotten things, the Carapace cross, the line of Antaios, the world of a low red sun. Though much is taken, much abides. Coral of the Legion Medusa, it has been said she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Symergists might interpret it thus. She is the oldest of the shared names of the twins, the hours we call sister and witch, witch and sister. And then we don't have sand stories where it needs to be, so we can't go the rest of the way on Birdsong. Finally, Ithistry. So we've committed Mandaic. We don't have something for position 2. We don't commit putrefactions and calcinations, even if we could. We don't commit lockworks and clockworks. But spices and savors should now be level 5. There is no sacrifice without sustenance. Served hot. Copper, coal, fire, cinnamon, sunlight, obsidian. Add salt to taste. Serve. That's Ithistry. Ambery lapidary, purifications and exaltations, solutions and separations, and bells and braziers either don't have the levels required or they're too far up. But I do at least have some new elements of the soul. So there's a very specific plan that I have for my elements of the soul. So obviously I want to get my Faust back, by healing it. So after 3 minutes in bed, there's a reason why we're drawing up the water again. It's basically so I can make another glass of water. In this case, I need nectar. So I need, honestly, the best one for me to do is just to use drums and dances again. So that's a pretty easy one for me to recover. This is why I'm not at all worried about curses anymore, because it is trivial for me to deal with most illnesses given my skills now. But what I want to be working on is that I've read the entire library twice now, and I do want to spend some time looking at the busts. But right now we are well and truly just waiting for the next Numa. And so one of the other things that I'm doing in between sessions, like in between Numas, or I guess new men, what I'm trying to do here is learn the skills, but I also want to get to a point where I've planned out how I'm going to level up these various skills. So I know what I have to work with when Numa arrives. I know what it'll take to level up certain things. I can work out a game plan in terms of what kind of a breakdown of skills, what kinds of, persistent memories I want to work with, so on and so forth. But the most important thing that I want to work out now is that you can see from the last Numa, I had, even after trying to push everything I could to make things happen, there wasn't, I didn't have all my elements of the soul being used. So one of the things that I want to try and do moving forward is I want to combine elements of the soul so that I have enough to be able to do a full set of upgrades during Numa, but I also want to make it so that these elements of the soul are a higher level, like that basically I'm able to take them up to I want to be able to take them up to level, well, whatever the highest level I can with them is. So again, I'll work out what it takes if I were to start from scratch, how many memories it would take. And then any surplus that I have, I'm going to spend the time to sort of level up, and I'll make sure I level up certain things. So one of the things I'm looking for right now is to see what the various histories are based on certain Numen. And so with that in mind, I want to make sure that I'm focusing on the ones that are oriented towards the Twiceborn. Then from there, maybe I'll level up a few other ones because that'll help me with various recipes and that. But I want to kind of do it in a more ordered way, just so that I can be sure that I'm not running into a situation where I have this small the small number of elements of the soul, and then I try to level up. I try to like level up a skill in Numa and find out that I don't have enough memories. And it's worth remembering, like I am going to be trying to level up some reasonably difficult ones. There's at least one that will require 8 memories, and then there are a couple of others that will likely require. There's going to be some like overlap in terms of what they need. So this is why I'm going to take some time on my own to figure this stuff out. The one bit of good news is, given that we have the matter of the Sanctuary draft, if I were here, this would comfort me. If I were here, I would reward you better than I do now. But given that we have plenty of Grail books to satisfy visitors, the fact that we're walking away with 8 Spintria, that kind of tells me that we can basically afford to petition for a Numa, and then we can still buy whatever book we want from Oriflammes. And if it's a less than 5 tally book from Oriflammes, we actually have a surplus. And so that means that I probably should be doing my original plan of, using the Porphyrine to, to petition various hours for Numa. I'll think about that. Like, probably better to do it sooner rather than later, I suppose. But I feel. Well, actually, come to think of it, we're also going to have more money from Schaller. We're almost certainly gonna petition for Numa. But like I said, between now and Numa, there's a lot for me to do, and this time it's going to be a lot more related to condensing my elements of the soul. But I have been streaming for a very long time tonight, not as bad as last night, but still, I need to go to bed because I do have work in the morning, and specifically work in the office. So I'm going to thank you all for watching, especially because it felt like it was a bit dead for the first part of it. And I understand, like I'm obviously doing a lot of planning and working out, but I was really happy that this turned out this way. I'm feeling quite confident in the playthrough. I know how I want this to end, and part of this is just putting the flourish on filling out the Tree of Wisdom. So the one thing that I will do, my intention is to commit every skill to the Tree of Wisdoms that I have. And then what we'll do is maybe a review of all of the wisdoms that I've committed. And then from there, we will we'll work on our history. But that's for the future. December. Good God. January 10th. All right. Thank you, everybody, again. Let me take a second here and see who is online to host. And I want to take a minute here and just thank everybody for the hosts and the follows and all of these. So Noose, I have followed your channel. Dendrian, I don't know if you're still around, but thank you for that. I also completely forgot to shout out Selphea. I do apologize because obviously I was quite deep into it. I was dealing with a very, very time-sensitive set of problems. But for those of you who have not checked out Selphea is a lovely Australian broadcaster who, well, there's lots of good qualities. Lots of my time at Sandrock recently. But I will just say, as somebody who mods for Dendrian, I met sort of through Dendrian, but as a nice variety streamer, has definitely been, I think is a fairly recent streamer, but has really been quite aggressive in sort of building up the community. Aggressive sounds wrong, but like has definitely been really growing and doing a good job of sort of putting on a good show. And it's easy to see why, everybody seems to like her, and it's completely easy to see why everyone likes her. But definitely somebody who's worth checking out. Oh, that's great. Cult of the Lamb. So that's also worth checking out because I know a lot of you are looking forward to it. And then, of course, we had the host from last time, Benito. Let's focus on what's coming in before. And also, thank you for the bits and all of the other forms of support. I don't have anybody doing Weather Factory games tonight, unfortunately, but I do notice that Revive Snow is doing some more Warhammer 40k Rouge Trader. So, that feels like a good one to send off to. Some of you are probably familiar with Revive Snow. This is the broadcaster who is a VTuber who does purely text-to-speech. So really, I've never really seen a kind of stream like that, but they've been very, very supportive. I originally found Revive Snow through Phantom Brigade, but I think they're also a Canadian streamer. Although, again, it's all avatars and text-to-speech, so I don't know if the location really matters, but again, thank you everybody for watching. I am definitely not going to be streaming on Thursday. I need a break, and I need to catch up on the stuff that I wanted to do on Tuesday. We are going to be continuing on with Book of Hours, and I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to kind of dedicate myself to seeing this playthrough through, and then we can take a thought about some of the other games that I've been playing before. So I've got Godless, I've got Cobalt Core, I want to do Soma a bit more, and I also think that Cyberpunk is due for a renewal. And then there's the stuff that I haven't really been talking about because I want to surprise people with that. But needless to say, I am eager to play more Book of Hours, but I also think we've had a nice good run of this particular session. So I'm going to I'm definitely looking. I know how it's going to end. You don't know how it's going to end, but I have a very clear idea of where this is going. Anyways, enjoy Revive Snow. Have a lovely evening. Have a lovely day, and we'll see you on Friday. Take care. Dismantle it as a level. I can dismantle it as a level 1 and I'm rebuilding it as a level 2. So if I wanted to go super picky about how I'm building stuff, I can actually dismantle and like rebuild my factories to be able to get the most out of my existing buildings. That's crazy.
Hope you had a great stream.